Alright, let's find that video. There was like a video of like a dude doing like the whole dungeon. Which I didn't think was possible. Because like you have to open the door, right? But there's actually a way. So I need to find this through one of my thousands of bookmarks. There it is. Shaman 1 pull. It's like Skull Flame, apparently. Maybe I should be using Skull Flame instead of Boar Drill.
Alright, so there's two things I want to talk about here. How to 1 pull SM cath with the Shaman. And also, what's the best shield to use while boosting? So, I'll show you the whole pull in a second, but let's talk about the shields. Alright, so the 3 shields I really want to test out here are Skull Flame Shield, or Force Reactive Disc from Engineering, and then I want to use a combination of Argent Defender with Force Reactive Disc. Argent Defender increases your block chance by 50%, so when that does proc, I will swap over to Force Reactive Disc, where every time I do block, I do a bunch of AoE damage, and the downside is you lose a durability every time you block. And I do have a weak aura showing the durability of my shield, and you'll see it go down as I'm using Force Reactive Disc, so I do want you to keep an eye on that.
Weak aura.
But let's get into the pool, and then I'll show you what these shields look like in combat. Alright, so the beginning's, I'm just going to skip through a little bit. It's really simple. You just collect as many mobs as possible, go up the left side here. You're just tagging every mob in your path, pretty much. And you're using decoy totems and grounding totems and shocks and chain lightnings to tag mobs, using earth binds here and there. But you're going to want to save it for a special spot. This is where it becomes tough. This is where the 1 pull mechanic really comes into play. Use decoys and groundings here, whatever you can, and just heal up. But you want to drop close to the staircase right here. If you don't, they're gonna run around the other way, and it's just annoying, you know. But you just sit here and wait, clump them all up, and then once they're clumped, you come up the stairs a little bit more, and you clump them up one more time. And once they're all there, you want to use a decoy totem into an earthbind totem. Make sure you do that, because if you use your decoy second, it'll cancel your earthbind. Right, drop a grounding totem there, and then project the earthbind next to the grounding so it catches them on the way back, and you should have enough time to open the door. If you mess up, I just do a loop around, get them to the fountain, and do it again. I've done that before. It just, you know, you waste like, I don't know, a minute of your time, whatever, you know, it's not a big deal. Now, this is tricky, right? You want to kill the boss on the way back, use Shamanistic Rage, use earthbind totem, use decoy totem, and you really want to separate these mobs, the whole entire train, away from the boss. Because if he stuns you, the run's over, you're dead. I mean, you could get a PvP trinket to get out of it. I'm just a little bit lazy. But you want to kill him, like, before you bring him back to the entrance. He's a big pain. He can even stun you while you're, like, face tanking the entire pack. And then when you drop it down from the fountain, you want to collect the rest of them. If Mulgrain hasn't been killed yet, you want to just body pull these guys, and then keep your target on the boss and kill him as he's coming up to you, or you can make a macro to target him if you want. But this is how I pull it. I use a Stone Skin, a Grace of Air, and I just face tank it. Now this pull, I'm using the Skull Flame Shield. You can see the durability bar on the top left. It's not going down that much, you know, it's pretty sturdy.
Okay. I think I have a good idea of how he does it. Wait, what else? There was something oh yeah, he uses Healing Stream Totem. That might be more useful than mana, because, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna start this, or no, wait. Pop that on. Do I lose it? Okay. Go Ghost Wolf. Okay. should be enough time, he says. Open the damn door, quickly. Fuck. Third time's the try. Please get it. Please. Got it. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. So I need to kill the boss.
I'm out of range. It's too far away. That's still recharging.
Get stunned by this dude. Well, I didn't get stunned there. Maybe I do need spell power gear. For stronger heals. I mean, I was kind of like tanking that. So far with this build, we don't got overcharge to carry ourselves. Maybe I need to bring like healing pots, or maybe I should bring my PV. Nah, I didn't get stunned. I just need better practice. I need to be able to like target the boss apparently, but I mean he didn't stun me that time. Huh. See if he has anything else to add on to this. Like I kind of got it.
But this is the Skull Flame pull here, and you'll see the damage. Your biggest damage dealers are going to be Fire Nova Totem, Magma Totem, Flame Shock, you know, and I haven't done it, but I think you can get away with not using Riptide in this and just using Overcharge. I think I'm tanky enough, to be honest, and that would speed up the process, but I always like to have Riptide. It's just, you know, a nice fail-safe, you know, it keeps you from dying, and if you're the people you're boosting come loot while you're doing this and they end up getting aggroed, you can still heal them. You know, a Riptide at this level would probably full heal any person that you're boosting. So that's why I like that. But you can bring them back to this tunnel to bring the casters back to you. Let's take a look at what Force Reactive Disc looks like. Alright, so this is the combination of Argent Defender with Force Reactive Disc. You'll see a bar on the top of my screen that's counting down. That's when the Argent Dawn buff proc, where I get 50% increased block. And I'm swapping to Force Reactive Disc when that happens to get massive amount of damage. It's cool, you know, it was good in theory. It does save durability, however, it's a lot of work. You have to get weak auras and macros to get it going, and I feel like you're just juggling a lot at once, you know. You're looking at all your cooldowns, your health, and waiting for that thing to proc, and then swapping your weapon. It's cool, but let's look at just Force Reactive. Look at how many numbers pop up. This thing is insane, right? Just so much damage. But at the same time, look at the durability on the top left. That thing is just getting obliterated. I actually run out of so much durability. I have to swap shields. I can't even finish the pull with it. I think I started at like 82 out of 120, and it got down to like 7, and I had to swap shields. Like, this thing, damn. But also, you can only really do one of these one cath. Like, is there? Probably not. Either you're gonna have a bunch of repair bots, or you're gonna buy like 10 of these shields. You know what I mean? Like, but it is fun. It is just so damn fun. To run with the Force Reactive Disc, I think it was really fun. I think it was worth it. Really cool shield. But let's look at the numbers real quick of how much damage it actually did.
Even though the door is open.
Alright, so let's look at the first shield here. The Skull Flame shield. The Molten Blast proc did about 42,000 damage, and the Drain Life did another 5,000, so that's about like 48,000 damage, about 10%. And then the Argent Defender made the Force Reactive Disc do about 46,000 damage, about 9%, a little bit less. A lot more work and a little bit less damage, and it didn't heal me. Now the full-on Reactive Disc, that thing did a whopping 81,000 damage, took up 17% of my damage total. A huge amount right there. I mean, yeah, it does a ton of DPS, but, you know, it broke. It didn't even last full, you know, so I think it's a clear winner that it does the most damage, but practicality, I think the Skull Flame is an obvious winner. It does a lot of damage as well as heal you a little bit on top of that, and it doesn't break in one pull. You know, you could probably do like 3 or 4 SF runs before breaking. But that is run. You could probably squeeze in a full arms and a little bit of library to get about 200 mobs, and that should take about 12 minutes, maybe. I think about 12 minutes to do that full. So you can do like 200 mobs in 12 minutes doing the strategy. Well, I hope you guys like it. Thank you guys very much for your time. And if you're a shaman, give it a shot, you know?
What the fuck? How much was that? Like 100 mobs or something? White mane should be coming here?
I can't loot that. I can't loot that. I can't loot that. I can't loot that. I can't loot that.
White mane coming here? I mean, it's on the other side of the instance.
I can't loot that. I can't loot that. I can't loot that. I can't loot that.
White mane, hello. Does White mane just not come over here, or should she be making her way downtown? Wow. Bit more work, because like don't got the static shock thing or whatever. Oh.
Arise, my champion.
Yeah, I don't know if I could do this with just Earth Shield and the other thing, she calls it Chain Heal from Power Surge. I don't know. Maybe. Wait, where's Mograine? Is he too far? Did they just skip this, I guess? I guess he's just too far? No way she rezzed like from like 200 yards away. It's wild. Let's do a couple more runs, then I might be comfortable to like advertise that I could do one pull boosts. What's the damage differentials here? Flame Strike is up there, 17.4%. Yeah. Okay, Skull Flame is the way to go for this. Yeah, for sure. Normally, when I do like this in 3 pulls, it's only like 4% of my damage. 17.4% though. Ooh. How much is it doing as well? 186, not bad. Some life drains. Holy shit. Oh yeah, we're getting life drains from Skull Flame as well. That probably has a big impact.
Classic hardcore, but I'm a melee-only mage.
Classic Hardcore is already World of Warcraft's hardest game mode. It forces you to battle the hazardous 100+ hour journey of reaching level 60 with the chance of losing it all with a singular death. On top of that, some players limit themselves even more by not trading other players, not interacting with the auction house, and in some cases, not even grouping with others. A completely solo experience where all your available resources are gathered by you and you alone.
It's cool.
And if you were to die at any point, it's back to square one. Last year, I
What do you require?
I require the money. Gimme. What's the repair build looking like though? Oh, wait, what? Did I repair before that? I might have. Well, still have a use for the Skull Flame, I guess, with this build. Try and like time that or something. See, I mean that probably takes a bit longer to set up than just doing 3 pulls. But a huge dopamine rush to everyone. I'm down to listen to a creepypasta, actually.
I'm posting this here because this seems to be the place that people could truly appreciate what's happened to my family and I. And this situation started a long time ago, but it'll all come to a head now. The following entries will give an idea of everything that's gone on up until now. And when I've gotten through everything, posts will be about what's going on currently. I apologize for the length of these posts, but believe me, no amount of words could possibly capture what's really happened. Names have been changed for the privacy of my family and everybody involved. This whole thing started on a road trip around 4 years ago. We left to go from Northern California to the East Coast, traveling through the Midwest. It was me, my wife Kimmy, and our 7-year-old daughter Katie, and 5-year-old son Alex. Everything went fine for the first few days. We took our time with the trip because we weren't really on a constraint in that regard. We stopped at pretty much every landmark that one could see while making a cross-country trip. But there was one night in a state in the Midwest that I won't name that would lead to a series of events that still hasn't ended. It was around 9 p.m. on a Wednesday night, and we had collectively decided to stop at the next place that we saw to eat. We saw a sign to exit at the next ramp for a place called Daisy's Diner. We get there and nothing seemed to miss. It was just about dark, and we decided that after we had eaten, we would find a hotel for the night. Daisy's Diner was a classic small-town eatery, with road signs on the wall and a waitress that called everybody Han. It had a very classic, small-town USA feel to it. The food had a home-cooked taste to it. I could certainly imagine this place being at its capacity on any given day. However, at the time that we were there were only 4 other people in the restaurant. A man and a woman ate together at a booth, while 2 men separately sat at the counter. All 4 of the other patrons left before we did and were replaced with 2 more men who came in at separate times. It was the last man to come in to bring what had happened to our attention. He informed me that if I was the one with the Hyundai truck outside, that it had been ransacked. I ran outside and sure enough, the passenger's side door was open and everything had been rifled through. The CDs were strewn about the seats. The paperwork from the glove box was on the passenger side floor. The backpacks my children had in the back seat with their belongings were opened and gone through. I was furious. I demanded to see camera footage only to find out that the cameras were all essentially for show. I asked to know who the people were that had left the restaurant before us. The solitary waitress only personally knew one of the men and vehemently vouched for him. Against my better judgment, I decided not to pursue neither him nor the other still unidentified man, instead choosing to let the police handle the situation. I explained to the police that as far as I could tell, nothing had been stolen and no damage had been done to the car. The waitress gave the name of the one man that she knew, and the police knew him as well. Not because he had had run-ins with the law, but because he was a very active member in the local church, and was a man who was held in high regard by the entirety of the community. As for the other man, all that I had seen was his back. Ultimately, nothing was done about the break-in besides the filing of a record of the incident report into casual, keep an eye out from the police. I assumed the other man in the diner had seen our vehicle full of other lawmakers out of our line of sight and had seized the opportunity. Carpe diem, you piece of shit. And we were directed towards a motel in the small town in which we had eaten. Since it was now close to midnight and my wife wanted to lay down and get some rest, we decided that we were safe enough to stay there, being that it was a motel. There would be other people there. Whatever logic that I could scrape together is what I used to justify staying there because I was admittedly too tired to keep on driving. However, when we got to the motel, it was as close to something out of a horror movie as could be. The sign had missing letters, and there were only 2 other cars in the dirty parking lot. That said, though, the area was well lit and provided adequate shelter for a few hours. The man who helped us out at the counter had a strange vibe about him, but checking into the room went without incident. Actually, until the morning, I thought the whole night had gone on without a hitch. When we were settled in the room, we were asleep. I double and triple checked the locks on both the door to the outside and the door that connected us to the next room. It wasn't an ideal situation, but such was the case that the only room with 2 queen beds was connected to another room. The clerk informed us that the only other person staying there was a woman at the complete other end of the motel. And went as far as showing us that the room connected to ours was empty. We all slept okay, in fact, for much longer than we had planned. I woke up in the morning and opened the blinds to check in the car, which I had parked directly outside the room. Nothing seemed out of place as I stepped outside. There was a small piece of paper that had been sitting at the door to the outside, assuming it was a checkout receipt. I ignored it and got ready for that day's drive. After a shower, I sat on the bed to watch TV while my wife inevitably took 4 times longer than me to get ready. It was then that I decided to take a look at the checkout receipt. I picked up the once folded piece of paper and I opened it. My heart sank when it turned out to be a drawing from my daughter's backpack, but with a slight change to it. It was a picture of our family with the thief that had a crudely drawn version of himself to it, and the words, "Nice to see you." And being that the addition to the drawing was done in crayon just like the original artwork, there was nothing about the man that technically said. All I knew was that whoever had broken into our car had followed us to the motel and slid this drawing under our door. Or at least that's what I thought. My son, the ever-questioning and observant young man that was playing on the ground with us until the cars at the door, and he asked me if the rubber piece lying in the bottom of the door to the outside was for. I explained that it was likely to keep things such as leaves and snow from falling out the door and keeping their future clear. It was then that I realized that the rubber strap would have prevented a piece of paper from being slid underneath the door. The revelation hit me like a ton of bricks. Whoever had set this drawing on our floor had done so from the inside. I checked the locks on the connecting door and found one of them to be unlocked. In an effort to spare my wife and children the horror that I was currently experiencing, I just rushed them out under the guise that we had slept late and I wanted to cover a lot of ground that day. I considered talking to the motel clerk, but by that time, I knew the girl was working the counter and I was willing to stay there a second longer than I had to. When we got back onto the highway without interruption and continued on our track, my wife asked me what was wrong, but I shrugged it off and stayed tired. We made the rest of our journey with nothing out of the ordinary happening. Aside from the alarming incidents at Daisy's Diner and the Gallery Hotel, our road trip was actually pretty fun. Our activities proved to be a good distraction from the uneasy feeling that I had in the pit of my stomach. I made sure to take a different route home so as to not pass through the small town where the incidents had happened. And we finally returned home about 3 weeks later. All of our mail was piled up on our front porch, and so I grabbed it as I walked back into our house for the first time in more than a month. Unpacking and getting situated took precedent over the mail. I eventually got to it, and things began again. Towards the middle of the pile of mail, there was an envelope with no return address. I opened it and found a single handwritten note and a folded up piece of paper. "The girl is very good at pictures." I unfolded the paper and it was yet another drawing of my daughter's. This one was of a black and brown dog. I figured whoever was doing this had got an address from our vehicle's registration or some other kind of document after getting to the car. I informed the police of the shitty job of reporting the scene. I kept what had happened for my wife as I knew that she would only worry, and I wanted to keep my family as stress-free as possible. I wondered how many pictures my daughter had in her backpack, but in reality, I knew it was quite a few. I'll get to that later. Everything was fine for about a week, until one day we got back home from a day at the park. We got inside and the kids ran over to the couch and turned on the TV. My wife walked into the kitchen and started making the kids something to eat. I went to the bathroom. When I got out, my wife was standing at the sliding door to the backyard. And that's when I heard it. Barking. My thoughts raced and I refused to believe it's what it could be. Sure enough, a black and brown German Shepherd about a year old was tied to a fence post in our backyard. By this time, our kids had heard the barking and came to check out what was going on. We all ventured outside and I told them to stay back while I inspected the dog. The leash was tied to the post in a way that made it look like the dog had jumped over the fence and gotten caught up on it or something. I don't know, it really didn't make sense. It just wasn't completely obvious that somebody had put the dog there intentionally. Upon meeting me, the dog licked my hand and rolled on his back to have his stomach patted. The kids then rushed me and began showering the dog with love, which I wholeheartedly accepted. He seemed enthralled with the kids and gave me affection and drugs. My wife found a soft spot in her heart and agreed to keep the dog. I went against my plans and knew the dog was my Zelda. In my ongoing efforts to shield my family, I reluctantly we named him Roscoe, a name that my daughter loved. In a weird way, I felt like I was doing what he was doing was exactly what they had wanted. I knew this hadn't been a coincidence. I just didn't know why it was happening. This dog incident didn't come off as a threat to tragedy. None of it made sense, really. The dog quickly became a member of our family. We took a particular liking to Katie, which of course made me uncomfortable. While I was naturally pleasant to the dog and made sure that he was loved, there was a part of me that despised him. A part of me that hated what he represented. And that was the fact that there had been a strange reality of a person with an organized dog placed off of one of my daughter's pieces of artwork being placed in my backyard. I felt like he knew where he kept the dog and that the dog was happy. I felt like he had done this before and that he got off on it. But I had no way of knowing. I had already called the cops and they essentially told me that there was nothing to be done. The way that I saw it, and I'm sure they would have agreed, is that I wasn't necessarily dealing with what one would call a stalker. I mean, sure, there were stalking qualities to what was going on, but since we had been home, we hadn't been followed as far as I could tell. We didn't receive strange phone calls. The only correspondence was the letter that I had hid from my wife. There wasn't exactly anything proactive that I could do to protect myself and my family, so I figured I would just have to take everything as it came up. The end of summer came and we always had a tradition. We would spend a week at my late father's cabin. The thought of canceling this year certainly crossed my mind, but I chose not to, as nothing else had happened since we had been gifted with Roscoe. So we packed up the car and made the 4-hour trip to the cabin, which was on the edge of a small town called Long Lake. Long Lake was a small town of cabins that people vacationed at. I don't think there were any permanent residents. The people who worked at the general store and restaurant there commuted from the town about 20 miles away. By this late in the summer, people were few and far between, if there were any at all. When we had arrived at our cabin, the neighbor that we had come to know over the years, an older man named Floyd who had vacationed there with his grandkids, was packing up to leave for the year. Apparently, he had spent about 3 weeks up there that year, much longer than his normal week. It turns out that his grandkids were feeling as if they were too old for the annual cabin trip. I felt kinda bad for Floyd. I knew how much he looked forward to the trip. After introducing Roscoe to our annual neighbor, we said our goodbyes to Floyd, who promised to return the following year even if he did it alone. I had the wife and kids start unloading the car while I went and unlocked the cabin. Before I approached the door, I stood there, looked off into the distance over the lake and breathed in a big helping of fresh country air. It felt like a weight was off my shoulders being there and not having to worry every day, wondering if that would be the day that I got another one of my daughter's drawings in the mail. I felt truly at peace, even if only for that moment. And that peace would quickly fade though when I got to the door of the cabin. It was already unlocked. Now the chances are it was just left unlocked from us the previous year. I really had no ground to suspect anything other than that, even with everything going on. There was no way that the mystery man could have known where our cabin was at, much less have gotten there before we did. I had kept a keen eye in the rear view on that trip up to make sure that we weren't being followed, just to be safe, and I had no reason to believe that we had. I opened the cabin door and the air was heavy and moist. There was a thick layer of dust on everything that the eye could see, amplified by the rays of sunlight coming in through the windows. Everything was exactly as it was a year prior. I breathed easy, taking solace in the fact that it was more than likely myself a year ago that had made me worry so much presently. I walked to the master bedroom and fumbled with the fuse box until the power came on. My family entered the cabin, my children wide-eyed with excitement. They ran to the other bedroom, which contained bunk beds, and immediately began bickering over who got the top bunk. My wife went back outside to get another round of bags and suitcases while I got the water going. And knowing that I had to personally get the electricity and water running gave me even more peace of mind. It meant that nobody had been using these utilities in at least the past while, as evidenced by the dust. Things went well for the first day. We got settled and I put off cutting the grass until the next day. We took a ride on the ATVs and played board games. The next day I took my family to a spot across the lake that we had taken the kids to every year. It had a small playground and an actual beach. There was a dock a little ways out into the water that my daughter was now big enough to play on with my wife, and my son enjoyed trying to catch fish with his hands at the shore. We grilled out and had a nice meal and stayed there until almost sundown. My plan was to cut the grass when we had returned home, but as we pulled into the small grassy area that we used as a driveway, I noticed that the grass was freshly cut. My heart once again sank into my stomach. My wife commented that a neighbor must have done us a favor and went on about her business. I looked around and every other lawn that I could see were still uncut. I knew who had done this. Well, not exactly who, but I knew. I truly was confused at the motivations of this mysterious stalker. So far, he had given us a dog who would quickly become a member of the family. And next, he cuts the lawn of our cabin for us. A part of me almost considered just accepting what was going on as it all seemed harmless, and that feeling only grew in me when nothing bad happened the next day. But then, the fourth day came. It was about 7 a.m. and my wife took Roscoe outside so that he could run around and use the bathroom. She tied his leash around a post that had been designated specifically for him and went inside to start cooking breakfast. Roscoe was a quick learner, and in the short time that we had had him, we had trained him to do a few things. One of these things was to bark when he was ready to come inside. My wife cooked breakfast and I woke up the kids and we all sat down to eat. It wasn't until we were nearly finished that Katie had asked where Roscoe was. Strange, I thought, that he hadn't barked when he was ready to come in. I figured he was just having a good time enjoying the openness of nature around him. I told Katie that Mommy had put him outside and that I would go get him. Nothing could have prepared me for what I saw when I walked out of that cabin. Roscoe was on the ground and his throat had been brutally gouged open, so much so that he was nearly decapitated. Then from the horizontal throat cut was a vertical cut down to his testicles, and his innards had been removed from his body and placed next to him. His blood pooled on the grass around his small and lifeless body. I felt like I was going to throw up. I ran over to him and looked at his wounds. I could tell that it had been done with a blade of some sort, and that was not a random animal attack. Before I did anything else, I ran back to the cabin and told my family to stay inside and to not look out the windows. I left before they could question me. As tears streamed down my face at the horror that I was currently taking care of, I dug a hole for Roscoe. I gently placed him in the hole and petted his soft back one last time. I truly had come to care about the dog, and no matter where he had come from. I filled the hole with dirt and went to put the shovel back in the shed. I don't know how I hadn't noticed it when I went to retrieve the shovel in the first place, but on the siding of the cabin was a message, written in what I assumed was Roscoe's blood. It simply said, "Good doggy." I washed the message off before returning inside to my family. The entire time I had been dreading explaining to them what had happened. I sat my kids down and told me that while we were inside, another animal probably much larger than Roscoe had gotten into a fight with him and hurt him to the point where he had to go to doggy heaven. My wife and children cried and I joined them. None of us could believe that we had just lost the newest member of our family. With this though, I told everybody to pack up because it wasn't safe to stay in the area with such a large animal on the loose. They abided and we were on the road within an hour. We stopped at the gas station just outside of Long Lake to get gas, pick up snacks, and use the restroom before we set out on the 4-hour trip. We all went inside and thankfully I was the first to come out. I saw it from the gas station doors, an envelope under my windshield wiper. I sprinted to the car in hopes to get it before my wife saw it. I succeeded and immediately checked the area around me for someone, anyone. There was no one. No cars driving in either direction and nobody on foot anywhere for as far as the eye could see. I even made a circle both ways around the gas station and did a check inside the station itself. I found no one that hadn't been there already. I wanted to ask the gas station clerk to see the security camera feed, but a cursory look around the place didn't reveal any cameras. That, and I didn't want to alert my wife to the note that I had found. I waited for my son to get out of the bathroom and told everybody to wait by the door for him. Inside the bathroom, I opened the envelope and took out the folded piece of paper. This drawing was one of our house that Katie had done about a week prior to our road trip. I remember because I had hung it up on our refrigerator when she had finished, only for her to take it down to put in her portfolio. This one depicted our family in the swimming pool in our backyard. The addition to this scene was the same clearly drawn man standing behind the fence, with a pile of wrapped presents next to him. There was writing on the back of the picture this time too. "We are a happy family." I didn't know what to think of this picture. My family and I had been swimming in our backyard countless times that summer, even after the incident in the Midwest when my guard was 100% up. I was positive that nobody had been spying on us. My only rational guess was that the man had used the pool in place of the lake that we had swam in days prior, and the fence to be the tree line from which he could have spied on us. Whatever the case was, I folded it up, put it in my pockets, and got my family and I the hell out of there. I took random back roads and out of the way turns on the somber ride home, much to the confusion of my wife. I told her that I was checking something on the car. I was obviously seeing if anybody was following me, and again, I found no evidence of that. When we returned home, the first thing I did was cover up the pool for the remainder of what was left of the summer, much to the dismay of my family. I made up some BS about how the water levels had been affected in our absence, something that really didn't make sense, but it got the job that I wanted done. I wanted to tell my wife what was going on, I really did. But at this point, I felt like I had already hidden so much that the focus wouldn't be on the issue at hand, but rather on my evasiveness. So I resolved to continue the charade. I was the protector of this family and I was going to do just that. This wasn't anything that I couldn't handle on my own, I told myself. In retrospect, I could have used all the help that I could get. Things were fine for a few months with nothing eventful happening. I found myself going crazy at the notion of not being able to do anything about what had happened. I had forced myself to accept that the pool in the picture was a stand-in for the lake and that this person had been watching us. I didn't know what to make of the presents though. He had already done what he did to Roscoe. I thought maybe that was the present. But then he had already given the picture of the dog back to us when he gave us Roscoe, so that wasn't it. Also in this time, the kids went back to school, something that I was really apprehensive about. I had to quell my worries though so as to not alert my wife as to why I didn't want to leave my kids ever. Luckily, as I said, for the first few months after summer, nothing happened. I was at a point where I felt more at peace than I had since this whole thing had started. And then the Christmas season came. We had just put our tree up, hung the ornaments and all. We had a nice family dinner that night. I remember it vividly. Everything was great. The kids were excited for Christmas, and my wife and I were a little less excited for Christmas shopping at the sardine can we referred to as the Christmas time mall in our town. Our kids were doing great in school. My wife and I were excelling in our careers, and most importantly, there had been no contact with the stalker. The only thing that happened in this time of any importance was that my wife sort of called me out. She detected that something was wrong by my general attitude of worry all the time, but I played it off. We talked for a while about all sorts of things, but we were happy at the end of the conversation. My rationale was that perhaps this was all over. Why bring it up now? That night, we all went to sleep happy. Now, I'm a heavy sleeper. That night, though, I woke up at about 3:30 in the morning. Normally, if I wake up thirsty, I'll just soldier through it and fall back to sleep. For whatever reason, though, that night, I got up and I went to the kitchen for some water. As I went to walk back upstairs, something made me turn my head towards the tree. The moonlight coming in through the window illuminated the tree, and that's when I saw it. There was a present under the tree. I quietly but quickly made my way over to it and I picked it up. It was a small box wrapped in green Christmas-style wrapping paper. There was a to and from card with a bow tied through it. Though the from was just a smiley face, the to was to Katie. I remember standing there for a moment in utter shock. This man had just been inside of our home. Before I did anything else, I went through the rest of the house top to bottom, making sure that he wasn't still here. I went and checked on both the kids as well as my wife. When I felt satisfied after what felt like an hour of useless searching, I went back to the gift. I tore off the wrapping paper and ripped open the box. Inside was an envelope and a videotape. Yeah, a videotape like what they had used before DVDs. I opened the envelope, already knowing what it was going to be. Another one of my daughter's drawings. I unfolded the paper, and sure enough, this one was of a princess that my daughter had drawn. The princess was dressed in a pink ball gown with a tiara and a wand. The addition to this drawing was what I'm assuming was a pool of blood beneath her, and in the corner a tiny drawing of the man himself holding what somewhat resembled a knife. And this one really got to me. I didn't know if my daughter had drawn that picture imagining herself as the princess, or if the man himself had seen it that way. I had no way of knowing. I got rid of the box and wrapping paper so that my wife wouldn't find it and put the drawing and videotape in with my work things. The next day, I went to a pawn shop and I picked up a VCR. I got it for $3. Can you believe that? Anyways, I went home while the wife and kids were gone, and I went to the basement just in case they came home. I hooked up the VCR to the older television that we had down there in our makeshift rec room, and I inserted the tape. Before I pressed play, a million different things ran through my mind. I wasn't sure what I was about to be watching. All I knew is that I wasn't going to like it. I was expecting to see video footage of my family shot from a hidden location. The first image was of a dark room with a white sheet hanging over a wall, running onto the floor like a green screen. A person walks out from behind the camera, but not far enough to make out any kind of description. He's off to the very far left side of view, only his right shoulder is in frame. I hear a creaking of some sort, like something opening, and then I hear whimpering. A little girl whimpering. I hear a voice whisper, "Go." And then out walks a little girl of about 8 or 9 dressed as a princess. She was a spitting image of my daughter's drawing, a pink ball gown, tiara, and a wand. She walked to the sheet and turned around, now facing the camera. Tears streamed down her face. The man went behind the camera and picked it up. His voice filled the hushed static that loomed over my basement. He quickly whispered, "Do it. Do what you're supposed to do." The girl started outright sobbing. A hand flies into frame and smacks the little girl. It made me wince. She stopped crying and began to act. She curtsied and introduced herself as Princess Penelope. That was the title of my daughter's drawing. Between sniffles, she went on to say how she was so happy that she had been rescued by her prince, and how he had taken her to a huge castle to live happily ever after. She started sobbing again. The man's voice spoke up, and this time more sternly, though still in a whisper. "Keep going." The girl sniffled herself back to a point that she could continue. My daddy was mean though. He didn't want the prince to rescue me." My heart sank. I felt as if this was all allegorical to my daughter. The girl continued. "So now the prince is going to punish me because my daddy wasn't nice to him." The camera is set back on the surface that it was on when the video had started. The man then storms at the little girl and she screams, as he begins to stab her repeatedly. I couldn't watch, and so I turned my head away. The sound was even worse. Her screams, they'll never leave my mind. The man grunting as he thrusted his knife into her will forever be burned into my ears. I looked back because I had to know who this man was. Every part of me had hoped that he was foolish enough to show his face on the tape, but I knew that he wouldn't. And of course, no such luck. In fact, he was wearing a mask of some kind. When he was finished, he intentionally walked around the camera's line of sight, leaving only the poor girl's lifeless body in the frame before shutting the camera off. I vomited, repeatedly, until there was nothing left in my stomach. The first thing that I did was go to the police station. I regaled them everything that had happened up to this point, from the car break-in to the dog to this. Now that there was a murder that definitely appeared legitimate and not staged, they seemed to take more of an interest. I told them that I was keeping this ever-developing situation from my family, which they severely frowned upon and advised against, but said that they would respect my decision, which I was very grateful for. I got home later that day and my wife asked where I had been all day. I told her that I went to conduct an interview with a detective for a project that I was working on. I'm a writer. She bought it too. That night, she had asked me what was bothering me. A few years of marriage under our belts, and this meant that she could read me like a book. I had to play it off. I told her that I was frustrated with my current project and I was having a hard time moving forward. And being the amazing wife she is, she gave me some encouraging words which, had I actually needed them, would have cured the problem instantly. This, of course, weighed on my conscience. It was the first time since everything began that I was actually tempted to tell my wife about it. As I said, deep down I wanted to, but in some selfish sort of justification, I felt like I was doing a good thing by keeping them in the dark. In retrospect, I would have obviously told my wife everything from the very beginning. This was just a scary time for me. I wasn't exactly in my right mind, so give me a break. About a week later, the detective in charge of my case called me. He basically told me that they had nothing. No idea who the girl in the video was, as she didn't match any missing children profiles in the national database. There was nothing that stood out about the room which the video was filmed in. The only reason they knew the video was filmed anytime recently was because there was a pack of cigarettes in the corner of 2 frames of the video, which had a logo that was new to the brand. I asked for a police officer to be stationed on the street from my house and at my children's school in unmarked cars, and they obliged. After this, nothing happened until March. While the police hadn't closed the case, it wasn't at the top of their priority list any longer, as a lack of leads made it come to a head. We no longer had police watching our house or the school. The calls from the detective got fewer and farther between, until I didn't hear from him at all anymore. I knew this wouldn't last though. Every day I felt like I was going to get another letter, or rather he was going to try to get another letter to my daughter. I had just been lucky enough to intercept them up to that point. But my luck ran out eventually. It was March, the month of my daughter's 8th birthday. As the days got closer, my anxiety rose, and I felt like this would be prime time for this sicko to do something again. We got all the presents that Katie wanted for her birthday and arranged to have a party at our house the day of, since it fell on a Saturday that year. We had a whole setup in the backyard. It was an arts and crafts themed party, which I was reluctant to do for obvious reasons. But my daughter was the definition of an artist. Inspired and motivated, and I was so proud of her. I just knew what some of her work had gone to and how it was being used, and it broke my heart. The party went well. All of her friends showed up. Everybody was having a good time. We all ate, and then she had begged enough to open presents, and we finally let her. We had them all set up on the table in the backyard. As we got deeper into the presents, the happier she got. And then we got to a present that had no to from card on it. I locked eyes on the present. It was a box wrapped in that same wrapping paper as the box that contained the video a few months prior. He had won. I couldn't jump up and rip the present out of my daughter's hands without alerting my wife of something. I also couldn't let her open it. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have enough time to think. I hadn't even expected this. She opened the box and pulled out a piece of folded paper. I dropped my head. What was it going to be this time? And then she said it. "It's one of my pictures that was stolen," she said with a joyful tone in her voice. She clearly didn't understand what that meant. My wife looked at me and I just shook my head. My wife stood up and took the picture from her, followed by the box. Katie questioned it, but Kimmy directed her to open another present, which she happily did. We walked inside while the other parents took over supervision. I took the box from my wife and demanded that she give me the picture, but she refused. She asked what was going on. I told her everything. I told her about the motel where Roscoe came from, what really happened to Roscoe, the videotape, the police reports. I told her about it all. By the end, she was in tears and I didn't blame her one bit. She was furious at me for keeping it from her, and she was right to be, but I had felt like I was doing the right thing. At least we had kept our daughter from seeing whatever was inside the box, and that acted as a silver lining for my wife. After I told her everything, my wife opened the picture. This one was a painting. You have to understand that when I say my daughter is an art fan, it's because one medium just won't do. She draws, paints, uses crayons, markers, oil pastels, chalk. Anything that can create an image, she utilizes. And she makes pictures of absolutely everything. People, places, things, you name it. She's made a picture of it. She always said that when she grows up, she wants to be an artist and that she wants to draw the world. It's actually really inspiring. She kept every piece of her work in what she called her portfolio. When this madman took it from her backpack that night at Daisy's diner, he took a piece of her. This picture was of our son, Alex. The addition was apparent. A set of bushes was painted with a crude depiction of the man inside them to the side of our son. On the top of the picture was a message scribbled in red pen. "Me and your brother are friends now. When will we be friends?" The sent a chill down my spine. All sorts of scenarios went through my head. Had this man talked to my son? My wife ran outside to get him and I looked in the box. It was a set of sketching pencils. On it was a formal note. "Never stop drawing." My wife and son returned to the kitchen where I was in a cold sweat. I asked him over and over if he had spoken to or seen any men or women that he didn't know exactly, and he denied it. We told him that he wasn't in trouble, and he insisted that he hadn't encountered anyone that he didn't know. We asked him if maybe it happened at school during recess, and he insisted nothing like that had happened. And I believed him. He was a smart boy. My wife wasn't so sure. She politely ended the party as soon as the presents were finished being opened, and one by one the children were picked up by their parents, while the parents who were there persistently asked if everything was okay. We said that everything was fine, just that we had a family emergency. The police asked my son the same questions that we had asked and got the same answers. The detective came to the same conclusion that I did, that this particular incident was meant to scare us but had not actually happened. Because of the long periods of time between happenings, police advised us to begin questioning friends to make sure that we weren't victims of an elaborate prank. This would have made me laugh if it hadn't made me nearly blind with rage. The man who was doing this was a killer. I had seen it with my own 2 eyes. I knew that this wasn't a joke. Things again calmed down for about a month. Every day my wife was checking the mail. I don't know if she was hoping for a new letter from the stalker to be there, or if she was relieved every day that there wasn't. It began to take a toll on our marriage. Kimmy abhorred the fact that I had kept something so serious from her, and she began to resent me for it. She never did get over it, and again, I don't blame her one bit. Towards the middle of April, the kids and I returned home after I had picked them up from school, and Katie went upstairs to put her things away and start on her homework. She came back downstairs after about 2 minutes and found me in the living room. Her words fell so heavily on my ears that it physically hurt. "Daddy, somebody left a letter for me." I swallowed the lump that had instantly formed in my throat and stood up so fast that the chair I was sitting in slid backwards across the wooden floor. I ran across the room and grabbed the letter out of Katie's hands. "Dear Katie, I would like so much to be your friend. I don't have a lot of friends, but your pictures make me so happy and they're so good. You are a very, very good artist, and to be a friend with somebody so talented would be so fun. I don't think your mommy and daddy would want us to be friends though, so maybe it could be a fun secret. I want you to draw me lots and lots and lots and lots of pictures so that I can look at them all the time. I hope we can be friends." The letter was left unsigned. I was hit with a flurry of emotions. Sadness that my daughter had now directly been involved with this. Rage that this man continued to haunt my family unscathed by any attempts to find out who he was. And perhaps most prevalent of all, fear that I was virtually defenseless against this unseen threat. I called my wife, who immediately came home from work. We told the police about the letter and they took it for evidence and tested it for fingerprints, which of course garnered no results. My wife and I had a long talk. We weighed our options and it came down to keeping the kids in the house and or with us at all times, including taking them out of school and all extracurricular activities or moving away. We chose the latter. We put our house up on the market and we were moved out within a week and a half. After staying in an apartment in a different city until May, we then moved to a single-story ranch in southern Colorado. We got the kids enrolled in school and my wife transferred hospitals. All in all, the move wasn't too difficult of a process. And for about 5 months, it seemed like it had worked. There was no sign of the stalker. Our summer went by without a hitch. We took a successful road trip to Florida, which the kids loved. My wife and I repaired the strain on our marriage. Things seemed to be looking up for our family. That is, until we returned home one afternoon in late September. My wife got the mail and we had a letter from an attorney. Its contents were the details of going over my mother's will. My heart sank like it hadn't in quite some time. My mother wasn't dead and I immediately got my phone out and called her. I went directly to voicemail. I was panicked and I didn't know what to do. I called my aunt and again received no answer. My whole world was crumbling around me. I finally thought to call the retirement community that my mother lived at, and when I asked to be connected to her room, I breathed a sigh of relief when I was told, "One moment, please." The line rang and rang until finally the phone on the other end had picked up. It was my mother. "Hello?" she asked, her voice sounding as sweet as ever. "My God, Mom, are you okay?" "Well, yes, sweetie, I'm fine. Why do you ask?" "I just got a..." And that's when it occurred to me. He had done this. He had found out where we lived and he had done this to us. I stuttered for a moment before I told my mom that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon. My wife asked me what I was thinking and I told her, and she agreed that it was a sick joke. When my wife had sorted through the rest of the mail, there was another envelope, this one addressed to Katie. And it was a picture that she had drawn of Grandma. The addition to this picture were 2 dark X's over the main subject's eyes. That image will forever be imprinted in my brain. It made me physically ill at the time. I cried. I felt that I had no way of protecting my mother, not without leaving my own family vulnerable. I called the detective that had been on the case back in California and I told him the news. He agreed to put an undercover officer in my mother's retirement community for the next 2 weeks, something that gave me at least a little peace of mind. Thankfully, nothing happened to my mother. His sick jokes were just that, jokes. I was at my wit's end with this whole situation. I felt as if it would never stop. This next period of silence would be the longest one. 7 months of no contact from the stalker. And then something happened that jump-started my desire to get to the bottom of this whole thing. I received a box addressed to me, with a frowny face as the sender. I opened it and found a small child's hand. It was badly decomposed, but the fingernails had been recently painted. The fingertips were burnt down to the point that any type of identification would be impossible. Along with the hand was a Polaroid of a smiling little girl. It was the girl from the video that I had received so long ago. If the police couldn't, I was going to try to find out who she was. I was determined to get some answers. After making a copy of the picture, I took the contents of the package that I had received to the police. Just as I had figured, the fingertips were much too damaged for any kind of identification. They checked the box itself for DNA, but it was of course wiped clean before being sent to me. The only fingerprints on it were from male personnel who all checked out. They said that they would keep the investigation open, but that was the same thing that they had said so long before then. I definitively decided that I was going to check it out myself. I told my wife that I had to go out of state to do some research for my current project. I'm pretty sure she knew that I was lying, but she let me go without too much of a fight. Not wanting to leave my family without their primary protector, we set up an elaborate plan to transport each of our kids to different places. Our daughter went to my sister's house in Wisconsin, and our son went to my wife's parents back in California. I say elaborate because we had other people help out with decoy cars in the respective states for each trip to make certain that they weren't followed. Once I felt that my kids were safe, I made sure that my wife was comfortable staying home alone, which she had assured me she was. I made sure that she had ready and immediate access to the gun that we kept in the house, just in case, and I set off for the Midwest. After just about 15 hours of driving, I arrived to the small town that was home to Daisy's Diner, which I decided would be my first stop. I pulled into the lot that I hadn't been in since the car was first broken into. It was a lot dirtier than I remembered. The lot was littered with assorted garbage. This time I parked directly in front of the large windows of the building, so I could see my car from the inside. I walked into the restaurant and the first thing that I saw was the same waitress that had served my family and I during the first visit. Only this time I took note of her name, Roberta. There were a few other people in the restaurant, 2 men eating together at a booth, 1 man and a woman eating together at another booth, and 3 men eating separately at the counter. I didn't recognize any of them. By her demeanor, I determined that Roberta didn't remember me from our previous meeting. I sat down and she asked me what I wanted to drink. I told her that I wasn't there for a meal. I took out the copy I had made of the picture of the little girl and asked Roberta if by some miracle she had any idea who the girl in the picture was. She looked at it for what seemed like a long time, but ended up telling me she didn't recognize her. As she handed me the photo back, one of the patrons said loudly, "What the hell is going on out there?" I looked to him and saw that he was directing his attention outside. I spun around and there was a hooded man standing at the driver's side door of my car. I immediately got up and ran outside. As soon as I got to the door, the man took off running. I gave chase around the corner of Daisy's and that's where I blacked out. The first thing that I remember was seeing a mask under a hood, and something solid hitting me across the side of the head, knocking me unconscious. When I woke up, I was in the dark. I wasn't bound or gagged in any way, but I couldn't discern my surroundings. I found myself able to stand up straight, and when I did, about 25 televisions all turned on at once. They were all showing static with the volume on full blast. I yelled, "Hello?" at the top of my lungs, but the sound of my voice was drowned out by the static. Then, so suddenly that it made me jump, each of the screens changed to a picture. It was the same woman I had seen in the video of the murder of the little girl. The same white sheet was hanging up, draping onto the floor, though this time blood stained the bottom portion of the sheet. I assumed it was the little girl's blood, but I had no way to know if that was his only victim. Somehow I doubted it. A man came in the frame but kept his back to me for the entirety of the video. He spoke to me in a high-pitched yet gravelly voice. The best way that I can describe his tone is that it was childlike. He spoke like an excited kid.
"Hi, Katie's daddy. I'm glad you got my present. I don't want to do you no harm to your daughter, the great artist. I just want her to be my friend and draw me pictures. I sent back the ones that weren't my favorite, but I kept the ones that are my favorites, and those are mine now. All I want is a friendship with Katie. Katie. She's such a very good artist. But you won't let me be friends with her. You're making me get you out of the way, and I don't want to do that because friends don't hurt friends' daddies. I want to be a good friend, not a bad friend. So I'm gonna make this simple. Simple, easy peasy. If you promise to let your daughter the artist be my friend, I'll leave you alone. But if you still don't want to be nice, I'm gonna get really angry. Do you promise to be nice?"
I muttered out, "Yes," unsure as to if this was a video or a live feed, or if I was being watched or not. There were moments of silence, and then he spoke again, this time calmed down.
"Good. But since you were such a meanie pants, I'm not gonna tell you how to get out."
And then he let out this sickening, childlike laughter. The video then simply cut off. Now once again in complete darkness, I felt the walls around me for some kind of door. I had noticed that behind the televisions, the space went farther back than I could see. I tried my best to move the TVs, but there were some old 50 to 60 inch sets that couldn't be moved easily. I then thought to feel around the ceiling, which was just above my head, and at one point, I was able to push up and the sunlight slipped in through the cracks. Locked by nothing but a flimsy latch, I quickly got out and found myself in the middle of a large forest. There was a bag next to the hatch door that had all of my belongings in it. I took out my phone, which had as little signal as possible while still actually having some, and I used its built-in compass after unsuccessfully trying to place a call to 911. After walking west, I'm not sure why I picked that direction, for about an hour and a half I came to a road. Then after going north for another 45 minutes, a truck pulled up and asked where I was headed. I told him Daisy's Diner. At that point, we were only about a half hour from the restaurant. I guess that I had walked in the right direction after all. The man was quiet and didn't ask me any questions, much to my appreciation. He dropped me off at Daisy's and nodded his head as a goodbye, shaking his head at my offer of gas money for the help, and then sped off. I got in my car and I looked in the mirror. I had a cut on my forehead that had been stitched up and cared for, but it still hurt like a son of a gun. I realized that I finally had a signal on my phone, and so I called the police. They came to me and I took them back to the place that I was held. The first thing they told me was that there wasn't anything in any direction for miles. No businesses, houses, cabins, nothing. They had searched the hatch that I had been in, but found all the televisions had been smashed and the cords were cut. They searched behind the TVs where I had suspected there would be in a tunnel, but just found a small bend and it stopped. It's like it was the beginning of a tunnel that never got finished. They again took a report and examined my injuries, saying that it had been properly stitched and treated. In the end, I was dropped off in my car at Daisy's and told that I would be called with any further information, as they would be investigating the area around where I was held. By now, it was starting to get dark and my head was absolutely killing me, to the point that I didn't feel comfortable driving for too long. And so I headed to the only place I knew was close enough for me to get some rest, and the possibility of an answer. I headed back to the motel where I was given the first picture. When I pulled in, I looked through the window of the front office and saw the man from those years before. I can't say for sure, but it almost seemed like when he saw me, he picked up the phone, said a few words, and hung up. At the time, I thought it was just me being paranoid because when I walked in, he didn't give off any signs of remembrance. He seemed curious when I brought up what had happened during my first time at his place of business. After a short back and forth, I got a room for the night, went inside and passed out before I could even take any safety measures. Luckily, I woke up and found that nothing had happened, at least until I went outside. I exited the room and saw that all 4 of my tires had been gouged open. All I could do was chuckle. This seemed like such a pathetic action compared to the psychological torture that my family and I had endured at his hands before this. I called a local mechanic and he was there within an hour changing out all my tires. And then I was back on the road, again taking all the twists and turns I could to make sure that I wasn't being followed. I returned home after about 20 hours of driving and got my family all back together. They had remained unharmed during my absence. Things went fine for quite a long time, over a year by my count. And then one night, I woke up to a knocking on our front door. I got the gun from the safe and approached the door, which was repeating, knock, 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 knock. I disabled the alarm system, swung the door open and saw that there was a folded up piece of paper on the doormat under a small lock. I stepped over the picture and ran into my front lawn to see who it was, as they couldn't have gotten far between their last knock and opening the door. I looked down the street in both directions and saw no one. I'll admit that I wasn't quite thinking clearly. Even with the adrenaline, I was still half asleep and I turned around and walked back to my door. I picked up the piece of paper off the ground and walked in. After closing and locking the door and resetting the alarm, I opened the paper to see which picture it was this time. This particular picture was a self-portrait that Katie had done, a full-body drawing of herself. The addition to this one was that another thinly drawn version of the stalker was present, holding my daughter's hand. Katie had written above the photo the word, me, but now there was a bold X through it and written next to it was us. Thinking it was just another attempt to scare us, I set the picture in a drawer and resolved to call the police. But first, I went to check up on Katie. I went up to her room and pushed open her mostly closed door. I felt the color drain from my face, and that ever-familiar feeling of my heart sinking to my stomach. But this time it was worse. This time it felt like it never stopped dropping. Katie wasn't in her bed and her window was wide open, a breeze blowing in, making her drapes wave. My daughter had been kidnapped. On May 18th, 2015, Caitlin Lorraine Boddick was kidnapped from our home in Colorado. Even in the absence of activity from our stalker, we had never let our guard down. Although my wife and I agreed that we had a gut feeling everything was a thing of the past, we thought that we were free and clear. Obviously, we couldn't have been more wrong. Me, my wife, the police, and the security company who had installed our alarm system agreed that the man or men waited until I had disabled the alarm, and then went in through the window and got Katie. And knowing that made me feel as if it was my fault. I was absolutely devastated. Strong efforts to find Katie were made over the following 2 months. Search parties, news segments, canvassing. Detectives even went to the Midwest and questioned employees and patrons at Daisy's Diner about that first incident that seemed so long ago, but nothing turned up any leads. My wife blamed me and she became very distant, refusing to sleep in the same bed with me and only talking to me if it was absolutely necessary. Our son clung to her as I wasn't in the proper place at the time. I hate to say it, but at the time, I was too broken up to care. The only thing that I gave any peace of mind to was finding my daughter. After a while, the efforts died down. We had exhausted the resources that are at one's disposal in the event of an abducted child. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I basically put my life on the back burner. I drowned my sorrows in whiskey, as cliche as that is. By the time that next letter came, I was on the edge of being nothing but a shell of a man that I once was. About 4 months after Katie went missing, I received a letter, this time addressed to Daddy. As soon as I saw it, I broke down in tears. In my mind, just having that envelope in my hands was a response to the question that had plagued me since the day she had vanished. Was my daughter still alive? I tore open the envelope, and inside, as I had assumed would be, was a picture. On the folded piece of paper was a chilling message. I'm home now. This one was one that I had never seen. It was a landscape. There were a lot of trees, what looked like a big field, and in the middle was another, though smaller, drawing of my daughter. The stalker had once again added himself in, again holding her hand, and this time he put a heart around the two of them. Pure, unadulterated rage coursed through my veins as I gripped the picture, crumbling it within my fists. The next part, though, was what I wasn't so sure about. There was a half-done visage of a barn in the corner of the page, with an X on top of it and a lazily done sky. Though it wasn't like her other work, I could tell that my daughter had drawn it. Seeing it on the same page as the man's edition let me know that the styles were too different to have come from the same hand. And then it hit me. My daughter was trying to let me know where she was, or at least that's what I made out of it. I looked in the envelope and found a handwritten letter from the kidnapper. Hello, new daddy. I hope you know that I'm not a bad, mean man. I just really like the pictures and I want all of them to look at all the time. I just really wanted her to be my friend and now she can live with me and make pictures all the time. I promise that I will not hurt her because I do not hurt my friends. If I did that, I would not be a very good friend myself. We would like you to come visit if you could find us. I don't want to tell you right away because then you will come right away and I don't want you to take her away before you have had a chance to calm down. What I'm saying, sir, is that she now lives here, but if you can find us, you can visit. But you have to come alone. If you bring anyone else, I'll skin her like a deer before you even get here. Once again, it was unsigned. And before I had a chance to weigh my options, I made my decision. The police hadn't done a thing to help me so far. Despite this man's clear lack of education, I wasn't going to take his threats with a grain of salt. I had to do this alone for the safety of my daughter. I retrieved the gun that we kept in the house from the safe and went to the store to buy more ammunition and extra magazines. As I packed a bag after returning from the store, my wife, in a rare show of concern, asked what I was doing. I elected not to tell her what was going on. The only good thing it would do was bring up a barrage of questions that I was in no mood to address. She's not a stupid woman either. I'm sure she would put the pieces together shortly thereafter, if not immediately. I gave my son a kiss on the forehead goodbye and set out on the road towards the place that this all began. Daisy's Diner. I pulled into the nearly vacant lot of Daisy's Diner. I again saw the same waitress that had been there the other 2 times. I walked in and the woman gave me an odd look, like she recognized me but couldn't place it. I don't blame her, it had been quite some time since I had been there. She asked what I had wanted and I ordered a Pepsi and 2 scrambled eggs. When she had brought my drink, I told her that I needed to talk to her about something that happened a few years back. She was reluctant to talk but agreed nonetheless. I reminisced with her about the night that our car had been burglarized, which to my surprise, she actually recalled. I practically begged her to rack her brain and identify the man who had gone unidentified the night of the incident. She told me that she could barely remember back that far and that she hardly remembered the incident in general, much less that detail. I asked the woman what I now realized was a rather vague question at the time. I inquired about any barns in the area. Much to my dismay, this was a farming community. The small town Daisy's Diner sat in was surrounded by endless acres of farmland. I took a shot in the dark, hoping that this kind woman's familiarity with her hometown could provide some insight, and I asked about any barn in the area that might have an X on the roof. She gave me a look that told me that she knew something, but ended up denying any knowledge of such a place. I knew she was lying, and so I started on a wild goose chase of farmland. I drove around non-stop for hours, down every dirt road, every side street, every driveway. It was dusk when I finally came across something that I thought might lead me to the right place. I came to a gate with a sign on it that read, Biloxi Farms, with the X much larger than the rest of the letters. As there was no way to drive my car in, I parked it on a small opening in the wooded area next to the gate that closed off the dirt road that led to God knows where and ventured off on foot, gun in hand. For reference, this ended up being about a 20-minute drive in the opposite direction of Daisy's as the area that I was put in the hatch. I must have driven past it twice in the dark, not seeing it until daylight started sweeping over the lonely land. I walked down the dirt road until I saw 3 buildings in the distance. Right away, though it was far, I could barely make out a structure with a large, probably wooden X on the roof. I knew that I was in the right place. There could have been 100 farms with 100 X's on 100 different roofs, but somehow I knew that I was in the right place. Call it father's intuition. I was about a half-mile from the area where the structure with the X was, and as I got closer, I saw 2 other structures. The closer I got, obviously, the better I could see what I was walking up to. I circled around the land, hoping to enter the immediate area from a point that I wouldn't be instantly spotted at. I was going to come in from behind. When I got close enough to see clearly, I saw a farmhouse, a barn, which was the structure that housed the large X, and what looked like a detached garage. I thought about Katie's picture. Given that she drew the picture of the barn, chances are she was being held in one of the other 2 structures, and so I resolved to check those first. I made sure to keep a long distance between myself and the area the structures were in, keeping about a 150-yard perimeter. I walked through the tall grass on one side, ran through a small opening, and went into a cornfield which led me to the rear of the structures. I scoped it out a while and saw no movement of any kind in any of the 3 buildings. What I did see, however, was an old beat-up pickup truck parked next to the garage. I flipped off my gun's safety and ventured inward. I made sure to be as quiet as possible as I traveled through the next to impossible to go through off the path cornfield. What should have been a few minutes walk took about 20 before I came to the clearing. I was about 15 feet from the back door to the house, which was wide open. I sat there for a few minutes, trying to get some idea of where somebody was. I'm glad that I did, because just then, I saw the man that had kidnapped my daughter. All those years earlier, while we were eating our meal at Daisy's Diner, a man came in and told us that if we were the ones with the Hyundai truck outside, that it had been broken into. The man who told us was the man who did it. Racking my brain, I vaguely recalled the man having a bag with him. If I was a betting man, I would say that my daughter's portfolio was in that bag when I had thanked him for letting us know what had happened. I felt sick. He was one of the only people that I hadn't considered as a suspect. Given all the commotion, I hadn't even registered the man's odd voice in my brain. Thinking back, if I would have paid more attention to his voice, I would have known it was him right away. My eyes filled with tears, but I got my bearings and I got back on track. The man walked out the back door and over to the detached garage. When he entered, I made a break for it. I sprinted across the backyard and leapt up the 2 stairs directly into the house. I still had no idea if anybody else was there, but I didn't care. I was blind with determination. Thinking quickly, I ran to a door that I hoped would lead to a basement. It was my idea that the area the video was filmed in was the basement. I closed the door behind me and headed down the dark stairway, creaking loudly with every step that I took. I made it to the basement floor and used the flashlight on my phone as guidance. There were dead animals lined up on the ground in some sort of pattern that I didn't care to figure out. And then I shined the light on the walls. Every foot or so, save for a few empty spots, were pictures my daughter had drawn hanging up on the walls. It made me sick. But if there was any doubt that I was in the right place before, there definitely wasn't one now. I stepped my way around the dead rabbits, cats, dogs, and small animals like gerbils and hamsters. There must have been 100 dead animals down there. It smelled like absolute death. And into another area. Sure enough, it was where the video was filmed. The sheet hung from the ceiling, draping onto the floor, blood stains still spattered over the bottom of it. Now that I knew I was absolutely in the right place, I decided to stop sightseeing and just scour every inch of this hellhole until I found Katie. And then I heard the screen door open upstairs. I stood in silence, waiting as I heard the floor creak above me, doing my best to not gag on the putrid smell that engulfed me. The walking upstairs stopped for a moment and then picked back up as whoever was up there walked back to the back door and exited the house once again. I checked the rest of the basement, but she obviously wasn't there. I quickly made my way back upstairs and back into the kitchen. I walked through a threshold into the living room, which was nothing short of being a product of hoarding. There was garbage covering the entire floor. What could once be used as a couch was now a home to maggot-filled takeout containers and empty soda and beer cans. And to my left was a stairway leading to a second floor where I saw something highly disturbing. There were pictures lining the stairwell, and in these pictures were a familiar bunch. The waitress at Daisy's diner, holding hands with the man who ran the hotel. Next to them was the man who had my daughter, and next to him were two of the cops that had helped me when I had had troubles in town. Finally, there was a picture of...
The story's like Chainsaw, or Texas Chainsaw Massacre or something, like where the cops were actually like working with the bad guy, or I might be thinking of a different horror movie actually altogether.
The man who had given me the ride to Daisy's after I was abducted. Or House of a Thousand Corpses, where people are like friends
everyone
with
the clowns.
Everyone in this town knew what was going on and they were in on it. When I was done with this, I was going to contact the FBI and blow the lid off this messed up place. I found my mind wandering, but I got back focused and went upstairs. All I found up there were more garbage lining the floors in the hallway. There were 2 rooms on the left side and one on the right at the end of the hall. At the top of the stairs was a bathroom which rivaled the deepest depths of a sewer. Human waste covered the floor around the toilet. Wet towels and clothing covered the rest. I walked down the hall and peeked into the first room on the left, and it was literally nothing but garbage. The second room contained a solitary mattress. It was old, soiled, and stained with only God knows what. The room on the right held nothing of importance either, except that when I looked in it, I heard the door close once again. I stepped into the room and I hid behind the door. I heard footsteps coming up the steps towards me. My first reaction was to go out the window, so I did. As quickly as I could, I got outside and shut the window behind me. I stayed up there for a few minutes and then I saw the man go back into the garage. I had a feeling that's where my daughter was. I crawled around the roof and climbed down some lattice to the ground. I sprinted over to the garage and took a peek inside a back window. It was set up like an art studio. The man was sitting at a desk, drawing. As I watched him, he stopped. Without breaking his gaze that he had on the paper on the table beneath him, he reached down to his left and pulled up a mask, placing it over his head. It was a plastic mask that had hand-drawn designs all over it. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked directly at me. All I heard then was a loud, shrill, and childlike voice saying, "Daddy!" And the man stood up and sprinted out the front door of the garage. I ran around and found him running to the barn. I ran as fast as I could after him and fired 2 rounds, missing both. He ran into the barn and I quickly followed. The only light in the barn was from the sunlight coming in through the holes in the ceiling. It was a generally wide open area with one small vestibule in the far corner, and a stairway that led to a loft area that had plywood boards sticking up in random places. The floor was covered in a thin layer of hay and oil spots. Towards the back were some hay bales. The man's immature voice filled the open air of the barn. You see that, Katie? He's finally come and visited us. I bet he wants to see your new pictures that you've drawn here. Where is she? I screamed. She's close, he said before giggling uncontrollably. I expected the man to be up in the rafters, and so I sprinted across the open floor of the barn towards the blocked-off area in the far corner. At the last possible moment in my peripheral vision, I saw him. He tackled me from the left side. He must have been hiding behind one of the hay bales. What happened next wasn't a long, drawn-out fight. I didn't lose my gun in the ensuing brawl, so if that's what you were hoping for, I'm sorry. Real life isn't like the movies. He tackled me to the ground and I wrestled with him for about a second and a half, and then when he got on top of me, I pressed the barrel of the gun onto his throat and I pulled the trigger, blowing a hole out the back of his neck. That sent blood flying into the air and raining down on me. He struggled to breathe for a few moments before falling lifelessly on top of me. I pushed him off and ran to the vestibule in the corner. It was locked by a large master lock. A bullet took it right off. I ripped the door open and found it empty. My heart sank once again, and I stepped inside frustrated but instantly fell to hollow floor. I kicked the hay out of the way and saw a trapdoor. I opened it to find my daughter unconscious inside, bound at the hands and feet with a sock in her mouth with tape wrapped around her head. In tears, I picked her up and freed her from her restraints. I brought her inside and began to call 911. Only barely recalling that the police knew the man who did this and were likely friends or family of his. Long story short, my daughter regained consciousness. She sobbed uncontrollably as I held her in my arms. We made the walk back to my car and drove off. We made it to the next town over, where I then contacted the police. I told them what had happened and they took it very seriously. Federal investigators were called immediately and arrived shortly thereafter. I took them to the Biloxi farm where they taped everything off as a crime scene. And what I thought was the end, they arrested the waitress at Daisy's and the man who ran the motel. Turns out they were husband and wife, and the man who had kidnapped my daughter was their son. I learned a few months later, after the motel owner turned his state's witness against his wife, that the wife and son had a child together, and that the girl from the video was their daughter. The police that were photographed with these people were also investigated and jailed for various crimes related to their family. Apparently, this was the first time anything of this magnitude had been done by the family, but they were suspected for numerous robberies and attacks at the motel that the local police looked the other way on, bungling the investigations intentionally. The only thing that wasn't found at the scene of the crime was my daughter's portfolio. The only information that Katie could give about her captor was that he always wore different masks. When I asked if there were multiple captors, she said that she only saw one. I suspect that she only saw one at a time. He apparently forced her to sit in the garage which he had fashioned as an art studio, and make pictures for him all day long, day in, day out. Nothing else. Thankfully, there was no evidence of assault or physical abuse. When the man whose name I found out to be Atoll realized I was in the area, he went to the garage, brought her to the barn, tied her up and knocked her out, and put her under the floor in the vestibule. Additionally, the area under the trapdoor was a tunnel, something that I hadn't immediately noticed when picking Katie up out of it. These tunnels went under the entirety of the land on the Biloxi farm and much, much further. It connected to where I had been taken to after being knocked unconscious at Daisy's, in addition to many other areas throughout the town. However, the tunnel had been collapsed beyond the TVs in the hatch that I was taken to, more likely than not to not give evidence of an advanced tunnel system. I returned home with Katie to my ecstatic wife and son. Our family was finally back together, and the people that did this were either dead or in prison indefinitely. Everything was good, quiet, and uneventful for over a year. Our family got back on track. We got Katie acclimated to normal life again and got her the professional help that she needed to get through her trauma, which was going quite well until last week. when an unmarked envelope showed up on our kitchen table when we got home from a day at the museum. Inside was a picture that my daughter had clearly drawn. This one was of a man in a mask with all kinds of designs on it. I could tell the addition made to this one was a knife in the hand of the man, crudely drawn with a charcoal pencil. Above the picture in scratchy writing were the words, "Now you've made me really mad."
Well, this thing is kind of stupid. I don't know, like, maybe I need to rewatch that, Shaman Cath solo 1 pull. I think it's this dude. This guy called Home? No. Someone else. Let's put in Skull Flame Shield. I think he was also comparing like shields. Yeah, this one. Okay, let's watch this again.
Alright, so there's two things I want to talk about here. How to one-pull SM Cath with the Shaman. Alright, so there's two things I want to talk about here. How to one-pull SM Cath with the Shaman. And also, what's the best shield to use while boosting? So, I'll show you the whole pool in a second, but let's talk about the shields. Alright, so the three shields I really want to test out here are Skull Flame Shield, or Force Reactive Disc from Engineering, and then I want to use a combination of Argent Defender with Force Reactive Disc. Argent Defender increases your block chance by 50%, so when that does proc, I will swap over to Force Reactive Disc, where every time I do block, I do a bunch of AoE damage, and the downside is you lose a durability every time you block. And I do have a weak aura showing the durability of my shield, and you'll see it go down as I'm using Force Reactive Disc, so I do want you to keep an eye on that. But let's get into the pool, and then I'll show you what these shields look like in combat. Alright, so the beginning's, I'm just going to skip through a little bit. It's really simple. You just collect as many mobs as possible, go up the left side here, and you're just tagging every mob in your path, pretty much. And you're using decoy totems and grounding totems and shocks and chain lightnings to tag mobs, using earth binds here and there. But you're going to want to save it for a special spot. This is where it becomes tough. This is where the one pull mechanic really comes into play. Use decoys and groundings here, whatever you can, and just heal up. But you want to drop close to the staircase right here. If you don't, they're going to run around the other way, and it's just annoying, you know? But you just sit here and wait, clump them all up. And then once they're clumped, you come up the stairs a little bit more, and you clump them up one more time. And once they're all there, you want to use a decoy totem into an earthbind totem. Make sure you do that, because if you use your decoy second, it'll cancel your earthbind, right? Drop a grounding totem there, and then project the earthbind next to the ground.
Okay. So what he's doing here is he gathers them up like up here. Once they're all kind of there, you decoy, drop that totem, and then as you're running, you want to like drop it over here or some shit, or he drops it like there, and then no, I don't know actually if you could drop that twice. Yeah. Well, that put me in combat with that bunny.
surroundings so it catches them on the way back, and you should have enough time to open the door. If you mess up, I just do a loop around, get him to the fountain, and do it again. I've done that before. It just, you know, you waste like, I don't know, a minute of your time, whatever, you know, it's not a big deal. Now, this is tricky, right? You want to kill the boss on the way back, use Shamanistic Rage, use Earthbind Totem, use Decoy Totem, and you really want to separate these mobs, the whole entire train, away from the boss. Because if he stuns you, the run's over, you're dead. I mean, you could get a PvP trinket to get out of it. I'm just a little bit lazy. But you want to kill him, like, before you bring him back to the entrance. He's a big pain. He can even stun you while you're, like, face tanking the entire pack. And then when you drop it onto the fountain, you want to collect the rest of them. If Mulgrain hasn't been killed yet, you want to just body pull these guys, and then keep your target on the boss and kill him as he's coming up to you, or you can make a macro to target him if you want. This is how I pull it. I use a Stone Skin, a Grace of Air, and I just face tanked it. Now this pull, I'm using the Skull Flame Shield. You can see the durability bar on the top left. It's not going down that much, you know, it's pretty sturdy. But this is the Skull Flame pull here, and you'll see the damage. Your biggest damage dealers are going to be Fire Nova Totem, Magma Totem, Flame Shock, you know, and I haven't done it, but I think you can get away with not using Riptide in this and just using Overcharge. I think I'm tanky enough, to be honest, and that would speed up the process. But I always like to have Riptide. It's just, you know, a nice fail-safe, you know, it keeps you from dying, and if you're the people you're boosting come loot while you're doing this and they end up getting aggroed, you can still heal them. You know, a Riptide at this level would probably full heal any person that you're boosting. So that's why I like that. But you just bring them back to this tunnel to bring the casters back to you. Let's take a look at what Force Reactive Disc looks like. Alright, so this is the combination of Argent Defender with Force Reactive Disc. You'll see a bar on the top of my screen that's counting down. That's when the Argent Dawn buff procs, where I get 50% increased block. And I'm swapping to Force Reactive Disc when that happens to get massive amount of damage. It's cool, you know, it was good in theory. It does save durability, however, it's a lot of work. You have to get weak auras and macros to get it going, and I feel like you're just juggling a lot at once, you know? You're looking at all your cooldowns, your health, and waiting for that thing to proc, and then swapping your weapon. It's cool, but let's look at just Force Reactive Disc. Dudes, just look at how many numbers pop up. This thing is insane, right? Just so much damage. But at the same time, look at the durability on the top left. That thing is just getting obliterated. I think I actually run out of so much durability, I have to swap shields. I can't even finish the pull with it. I think I started at like 82 out of 120, and it got down to like 7, and I had to swap shields. Like, this thing, damn, is it a beast. But also, you could only really do one of these for one cath. Like, is that realistic? Probably not. Either you're gonna have a bunch of repair bots, or you're gonna buy like 10 of these shields. You know what I mean? Like, but it is fun. It is just so damn fun. But that's the run with the Force Reactive Disc. I think it was really fun. I think it was worth it. Really cool shield. But let's look at the numbers real quick of how much damage it actually did. Alright, so let's look at the first shield here, the Skull Flame shield. The Molten Blast proc did about 42,000 damage, and the Drain Life did another 5,000, so that's about like 48,000 damage, about 10%. And then the Argent Defender made the Force Reactive Disc do about 46,000 damage, about 9%, a little bit less. A lot more work and a little bit less damage, and it didn't heal me. Now the full-on Reactive Disc, that thing did a whopping 81,000 damage, took up 17% of my damage total, a huge amount right there. I mean, yeah, it does a ton of DPS, but you know, it broke. It didn't even last the full pull, you know. So I think it's a clear winner that it does the most damage, but practicality, I think the Skull Flame is an obvious winner. It does a lot of damage as well as heal you a little bit on top of that, and it doesn't break in one pull. You know, you could probably do like 3 or 4 SM runs before it breaking. But that is the run. You could probably squeeze in a full arms and a little bit of library to get about 200 mobs, and that should take about 12 minutes maybe. I think about 12 minutes to do that pull. So you could do like 200 mobs in 12 minutes doing this strategy. Well, I hope you guys like it. Thank you guys very much for your time, and if you're a shaman, give it a shot, you know?
Kind of get how to do that. I'll try putting the totemic projection just a little bit further out. Kind of midway is where he puts it.
Hello?
Alright, I think I need like 20 more gold or something, then I could buy the Devil Sword glove things. I'm gonna start like building up like a Heat 3 DPS set, so I'm bound to be getting these and like yeah, I don't even have the glove tier yet, or wait. No, yeah, I don't even have the glove tier yet, so I wouldn't be hurting my set bonuses. Actually, wait, no, I would actually lose my blood guard, whatever. Then that would leave me room to put on the I have like some shoulders in the bank that have like 20 fire res or some shit like that. I'm gonna need to get like 199 or something, or 200 something fire res unbuffed. I should be good for Heat 3. And then I'll buy the enchant, put the 20 enchant fire res on the double core leggings. I think that's the plan. Or wait. No, I do have, yeah, these are the DPS ones. They have 7 fire reses, but I think the ones that like are on the double core gloves are 15, so, and I would lose like what? I have my 5 of my tiers, so I would still have the same tier set bonus, I guess. But yeah, I think that would be like some fire res gear. May as well get it while I've got the cash and shit. I've got the will to make gold. I think I might use this build and like start soloing BRD, like early areas, like the first kind of ring, not around the arena, but like the other ring. I think I might build a, well, actually the same guy there has like somewhat of a guide on that, so it's like that might be the next step to where I go to. I'm assuming I could do it all with this gear, because like I'm getting so much defense. That's like a good 202 spell power on top of this. I don't know if that's exactly helping out the spell healing, the spell damage, yeah. Alright, let me find something to listen to. So we got a Dr. Disrespect come
For
back,
almost
and then,
4
like,
years.
Nikocado Avocado as
Champs. The public demanded to hear from the doc regarding the Twitch suspension. I guess since you all
right,
missed the point with my personal statement,
here we go.
maybe it's time to tell my side of the story.
Yes! 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 Yes.
You see, there was a lawsuit pending, and as part of that arbitration, all parties were not allowed to speak publicly about the case.
Okay. Right?
I respected those rules.
True.
My lawsuit against Twitch was eventually resolved, as you all know. But even then, as part of the settlement, all parties were still prohibited from speaking publicly about the case or the settlement.
Right.
However, if one side violated that confidentiality,
Then you can
then
say
the other
his
side could respond.
That's right. Okay.
And again,
Now this is all right.
champs,
Let's go.
again, I respected all the confidential obligations.
That's right.
But apparently Twitch's own disgruntled employees didn't feel the need to abide by those same obligations.
Oh.
Cody Connors,
By name.
ex-Twitch employee,
By name.
wasn't even involved in leaks Twitch's reported reason. Years later, Cody, why do this? What was the point? This was settled professionally. And you, knowing how black and white the internet is, you decided, you fucking rat, to leak the reported reason Twitch banned me in 2020.
Okay.
Well, I mean, for what?
Call him
Cody?
a rat.
Why? Did you not know the repercussions from spewing lies about the two-time? Did you not know the repercussions
Lies?
of accusing me, Cody Connors?
But didn't you...
You see, you don't know shit, and it was obvious from your tweet. You didn't have any first-hand knowledge of my dispute with Twitch. You said that I got banned from Twitch because I was sexting a minor through Whisper's messages?
That's
Do you
what
even
was
know what the
said.
legal definition of sexting is? I do. And yeah, I used Twitch's Whispers, but trust me, I wasn't sexting anyone. You also
Okay.
said the word minor, Cody. I even made sure that word was emphasized in my statement, edited, etc., just to make sure these so-called journalists would pick up on it. And boy, oh boy, did they ever, champs. When you and all these so-called journalists, Cody, fired off your tweets, did any of you consider that the Twitch user may have been over the legal age of consent at the time of the messages? You didn't. Neither did any of these journalists, and neither did Twitch at the time of the ban. You also tried to tell the world that I was trying to meet up with this user at TwitchCon, but
It's
you're wrong.
true.
Let's set the record straight. I never intended to meet this user ever. We never made plans to meet at TwitchCon or anywhere else, and in fact, we never met in person ever.
Uh-huh.
Your bullshit accusations gave false courage to other former Twitch employees to make shit up as well. I suspect all of you sort of planned and coordinated this attack. These big-time publications, these journalists, these various outlets are sort of just gossip channels now, don't you think, champs? They act like they're just gossip channels now, without any real journalism and real research happening.
Well, then what's your side?
They report on all this based on leaks from two former Twitch employees, one of whom was supposedly on the trust and safety team.
What happened?
If these anonymous sources worked on the trust and safety team at the time of my Twitch suspension in 2020, then you would hope they would tell the truth.
And what was the truth?
But apparently that's just too much to ask.
Where's the truth?
If these former trust and safety team members, and by the way, I know exactly who they are, actually had first-hand knowledge, then what they conveniently left out is, one, Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally admitted that the whisper messages were not sexting. And two, Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally acknowledged that the whispers did not constitute child sexual abuse material CSAM. I'll say it again. Neither I nor the Twitch user exchanged any sexual graphic messages or images. Cody Connors and these other anonymous sources are trying to paint a picture that I was exchanging sexually explicit messages and photos with the Twitch user. That never happened. I even used the word inappropriate, purposely. And look at how it's defined by everyone, champs. Huh? Including these defaming articles. I'm sorry, but mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context should have never led to me getting banned from Twitch in the first place. I mean, how would each of you look if all of your private DMs, your text messages, your chats were looked at, dissected, and taken out of context by someone who's deliberately trying to find something inappropriate in those words?
So what,
And this is not a situation where victim publicly accuses someone of wrongdoing. That never happened here.
Okay.
We're talking about allegations that Twitch made against me as a half-baked reason for justifying their actions of suspending and shutting down my channel. Allegations that Twitch made without even a legal analysis of whether the whisper messages were legal! You see, I engage with my community. I engage with other streamers. And through Twitch Whispers, I communicate with Twitch users. Conversations that consisted of a variety of playing games and gaming politics, content creation,
Sure.
random stuff. This was the extent of my whispers with this Twitch user. On June 21st, 2020, my ex-Twitch partner manager learns that I exchanged whispers with the Twitch user. And I say ex-partner manager because for years, this guy didn't do anything for me, my community, or my channel. For years. I'm talking no front page love. You're talking about the face of the platform, right? Literally. The face of the platform. And I know Champions Club remembers this. We got zero front page love on the website. He was never on my channel. He didn't follow me on Twitter. He wouldn't even inform us about Twitch rival tournaments. We're talking about the two-time Twitch rival tournament. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you want to play in it? We got zero support from this guy. And it was just so obvious that he carried a grudge against the two-time. So after we signed with Twitch in 2019, we asked for a new partner manager.
Okay.
And just a few months later, that ex-Twitch partner manager is directly involved with getting me banned. Coincidence?
So now what?
The Twitch user tells the ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything to Twitch. I'll repeat that sentence one more time just in case anybody missed that one. The Twitch user tells this ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything to Twitch. But this ex-Twitch partner manager encourages the user and even directs them to file a report directly with Twitch, even though the user told him clearly that we never physically met anywhere and that no photographs were exchanged. On June 24th, 2020, Twitch's Special Operations Team receives and reviews the user's report. They find no issues and determine that it did not warrant any further escalation to Twitch's law enforcement response team.
Okay.
That would have been the end. That should have been the end. But that partner manager, oh boy, did he had it out. He had it out for the two-time. He finds out that no further action will be taken, so what does he do? He personally escalates the report to a friend on the Twitch's LER team. The LER team, remember, that's the Twitch's law enforcement response team.
Right.
He escalates the report to a friend on Twitch's LER team.
Okay.
So a day later, on June 25th, the LER analyst pulls the entirety of the whisper messages and begins discussing them with his director of the LER team. Mind you.
How do you know that?
This director is on vacation at that time and does not have access to their computer or work files. Let me just remind you, I went through a multi-year, a big-time arbitration, okay? And, you discover a lot of stuff.
I guess that's how.
Mind you, this director is on vacation at that time. The LER analyst cherry picks and sends a few targeted excerpts out of context from the Whisper messages to this director. Now, if you do this, you can make anyone's messages look inappropriate, even when they aren't. Within less than 1 hour, this LER analyst and his director have made the decision to suspend me from Twitch. Twitch submits a report to NCMEC. You guys all read those little articles, huh? The NCMEC. Twitch submits that report. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Guess what? As far as I know, and over 4 years have passed, they didn't do anything with the report. As far as I know, they didn't escalate Twitch's report to law enforcement. Mind you, the same people that made this decision admit internally that the messages did not constitute sexting. The same people that made this decision at Twitch admit internally that the messages did not warrant any child sexual abuse material charge. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitted they did not perform any legal analysis of whether the messages exchanged were illegal in any way. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitting that they never investigated the age of consent in the jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received.
Okay, so it was 16
Twitch
or 17.
makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me without ever interviewing me, the user, or any other third
So
party,
16 or
including the
17.
partner manager. It's fucking unbelievable! I'm not going to get into every detail regarding my legal case, but these former Twitch employees that claim to have firsthand knowledge, they just don't have a clue. They didn't report any facts. The judge in the case determined that the whispers were not illegal. So then why did Twitch use these messages against me? Why did Twitch treat the doc so differently from their other streamers? I mean, outside of the obvious. I mean, just take a look at me. Right? Unfiltered. The realest motherfucker in this industry. 6'8", gorgeous, athletic, successful, college degree, college athlete, bourbon business, gaming studio, beautiful family. And trust me, we've worked hard for over a decade to improve as a person, a husband, and father, and to get where we're at today. I mean, I'm in such a good place today. And all these people, they all act like they're just so perfect. I'm not perfect.
Yeah.
I don't claim to be perfect.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do. But I also didn't do all the shit that they're saying I did. But then that doesn't make a story, right?
Okay.
They wanted media attention. The media wants controversy.
Sure.
And by sensationalizing all of this with big, inaccurate headlines like sexting and sexually explicit, you all got what you wanted at the expense of the due time. The reality is, they wanted to cut down the doc. Plain and simple. Take a look at some of these horrendous acts of Twitch streamers that were never banned. I've got some examples right here. Example number 1. A streamer that frequently used the N-word while publicly streaming, which constitutes a violation of Twitch's policies if accompanied by hateful intent. Twitch scheduled a meeting with the streamer to ascertain his intent to determine whether his conduct was a violation of Twitch's policies, ultimately determining it was not a breach of Twitch's policies. Why wasn't I called into a meeting?
Uh-huh.
Why wasn't my intent taken into consideration, champs? Example number 2. Streamer was reported for discussing doing things with deceased animals and discussing pedophilia, all while live streaming. Never suspended, but instead given a multi-million-dollar contract. Example number 3. Streamer was reported for a sexually explicit stream involving children and telling children to send Snapchats of them playing with themselves Never suspended, but instead, given a multi-million-dollar contract.
Who was that?
It's so obvious that certain Twitch executives and employees involved had personal biases against the doc. And used all of this as an opportunity to terminate my contract. Go back and look at the timing of all this, too. The doc's termination lines up with two preferable, profitable, and expensive streamers leaving Mixer.
No, Shroud and Ninja. Yeah.
As soon as Twitch knew that Mixer had failed, go look at the timing. These other expensive streamers needed a new streaming platform. So Twitch rushed through its decision to terminate the two-time. You see, I shouldn't even be banned from Twitch.
Yeah. Okay.
It has affected us on so many levels. Back in 2020, and now in 2024. And Cody, Connors, I just have to say it again. Why would you do this?
Was he gonna sue him or not? Like
I said,
that's the thing.
This was
like,
handled professionally years ago.
Because you're
no
not gonna
fucking
sue him.
wrongdoing.
Like, who cares?
But because of you, Cody,
Oh, here we go.
we just lost. Man.
Okay, you lost a lot of money.
Unfortunately, we have to lay off people from Midnight Society.
So, what are you gonna do?
Because of you, Cody.
He's gonna sue for defamation? Yeah, that's what he needs to do. I mean, if it's not true, he needs to sue him. It's not even a question.
You know, through all this, we are where we are.
What are my thoughts? I'll talk
I'm
about
like a
whenever
fucking
I
man, I'll accept it. But I don't accept to sitting quietly by and let these idiots attack me with false accusations. No.
Okay. Then.
For all these doc haters out there, too, oh
Then.
man. The ones that project and project and project and project and worry about everyone else's problems, right? I can't understand that mindset. I could care less. We've always stayed in our lane. But somehow, some way, these people, they just get in our lane. For all you doc haters, I'm sure you'll just like dissect all of this and still find a way to publicly criticize me. Do what you need to do. I'll say this isn't for you. This was for my team. Today, my community, my friends, la familia that have supported me. And I'm not denying the exchange of whispers, champs. I'm not denying that to all of you out there. It looks bad. I have no way of knowing if the Twitch users thought our exchange of whispers was inappropriate. If it was, I apologize. All I know is that I never did what Twitch, Cody Connors, or the public is claiming that I did.
Are you gonna show them or not? I mean, you got a screen behind you.
That's it. I'm not saying anything more about any of this, right?
So
unless I need to, because trust me, I have more I haven't disclosed.
Tune in next time.
I just want to get back to what we do best. Put on a show. And climb our way to the tippity top of the mountain, man. In our own lane.
Okay. All right.
That's it.
So you're gonna show the messages, or are we gonna sue Cody Connors? Here's what's interesting about Cody is that if Cody said something that he was sexting a minor and that he had intentions to meet the minor,
Does this happen?
if he said that and Doc lost money on it, which very clearly Doc lost money, you really think that Doc didn't lose money because of these accusations? Of course he did. So if Doc lost money and the accusations aren't true, then how is this not defamation, and how is Cody not being sued into oblivion? You see what I'm saying? Because, like, in my opinion, I think somebody is wrong here. Like, basically, somebody here is lying. Now, this is what I think happened. And I have to preface and disclaimer and say this is not what I am sure of, but this is what this allegedly. Let's try it again. Dr. Disrespect said one thing in this stream that was incredibly revealing. He said that the person was not a minor in the place that they were at the time. Do you guys remember him saying that explicitly? So, the age of consent inside of the US is between 16 and 18. Some states it's 16, some it's 18. To be honest, the majority are actually 16. I could look it up, but I don't want to look it up for obvious reasons. 50. A majority of the states are actually under 18 for the age of consent. That also implies that and assumes that he was talking to somebody in America. Now, he could have been talking to somebody overseas with a completely different age of consent. This is totally unknown. But what I think is definitely known, and by definitely, I mean allegedly, hypothetically, theoretically, possibly known, is that the person was probably not 18.
Making sure that the camera's cut, the camera feed comes in clear.
I don't think so. Who cares? I'm not going to tell you what to think. I'm not going to tell you what to believe. I'm not going to say you need to do this or that or anything. I am simply providing my analysis on what I think has happened and what I think it is. Now, whether you care or not, that's up to you. I'm trying to look at and see what the truth is, okay? Bands estimating stupid. Sexting is obvious, right? And so, because Cody Connors said two things that were, so he said two things that were apparently not true, but no sexting is what he says, right? Exactly. So Cody says that he was sexting. Twitch says legally that he wasn't sexting, and then Doc also says legally that he wasn't sexting. So how is it that Cody doesn't get a defamation lawsuit for this? I think Doc needs to sue him. If you want to redeem your reputation, sue the fuck out of him and sue the fuck out of the other people at Twitch who said that. That's what you need to do. Because in my opinion right now is that you're not showing the messages. You're not saying the age of the person. You're saying they were of the age of consent at which the place the messages were received
like months ago. I'm pretty sure. He's like, I'm about to pop or something. People were like memeing it for a couple days.
Your whole career is massively damaged by this situation. Like, I'm talking about Doc's whole career is massively damaged by this situation. And Cody's is too, by the way. Like, I think it's probably going to be really hard for Cody to get another job now that this has happened. Because, like, if you're working in a tech company, do you want to have somebody that leaks stuff like this working for you? Like, I'd be fucking terrified, right? I wouldn't want that. And by the way, I've spoken with Cody Connors before. I know him. I would not say personally, right? I think I met him once. But he's always been really nice and really kind to me. I've had nothing but positive interactions with Cody Connors. I worked with him on, like, a couple of things, like, you know, like, literally over 5 years ago. So, like, I don't have, like, a vendetta against Cody. But I'm saying that, like, if this is not true, he needs to get sued. Because this is a situation where, like, somebody needs to get burned at the stake, and it's going to be one person or another. Because somebody did something incredibly wrong. That's what I think happened. Someone is lying and someone is wrong. He won't because it's true. This is what I think happened. He can sue Cody for breaking a confidentiality clause. Well, he can also sue him for defamation. Why do you need to show messages if law enforcement agencies and Twitch took the position of no wrongdoing here? To clear your name in the public space. Look at Johnny Depp. That's the reason why. It's because this is going to follow him for the next 10, 20 years. People are always going to bring this up. People aren't going to want to work with him. This is this is huge. Like, this is like, there are only like 3 bad things that you can do. This is one of those things. It's like inappropriate interactions with a minor, rape, and probably one other that I can't think of, right? But like, those are like the 3 things that are like he's just goofing around.
Day one. My mind?
Yeah, he's goofing around.
No, come on.
Yeah, that's all. And racism? No, I don't think people care that much about racism anymore. Unless it's like crazy, crazy, crazy racism. He can't sue him because what Connor said is not too far from the truth to be defamation. The amount of vitriol Doc has for Cody makes it improbable that he has a probability and still hasn't sued him. Yeah, there's that too. Might have won in the eyes of the law, but is he winning in public opinion? No. Well, yeah, and it's like, the truth is that if you look at this in terms of like money, right? This problem for Doc will probably cost Doc collectively $5 million minimum. Like, we're talking about absolute $5 million minimum. So will the lawsuit more? Sure. But like, let's just look at $5 million. Will the lawsuit cost less than $5 million? Absolutely. So if you are a business-minded person and you're trying to look out for yourself, wouldn't you want to do the thing that would have a high return on investment?
Rooted. God damn it.
It's not a guaranteed win. It is if it was not sexting and it was determined to not be sexting even inside internally with Twitch. And also that he said that he was going to meet up with that person. Like, that is like, these are 2 very specifically things. Legally not sexting. Yes. So Cody doesn't have $5 million. It's not about the money. It's about sending a message. That's the point. Cody never used it. Yeah. If he's innocent, then suing is the only way he can crawl his way back up for the majority of people. What about the costly legal fees? I think that's nothing. Like, that's nothing compared to the amount of money he's going to lose over time by not being able to do this. And, like, not getting sponsors, etc. He's willing to stay in his own lane and not attack people. He could have named everyone who bashed him, but he didn't. He just jabbed back. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe he didn't name those people because the accusations weren't true? What if he was lying? What if he's referring to Pokimane saying the N-word with the A in 2011? Like, or he's talking about, like, a black streamer using the N-word, which is clearly a very different thing. Like, you see what I'm saying, right? So, like, if you're not, and, like, if you're not lying, like, I have no problem. Like, you're not lying, okay. And, like, like, getting minors to send you inappropriate Snapchats. Did Doc, or did he not say that somebody who was offered a multi-million-dollar contract or given a multi-million-dollar contract, I don't remember what the words were, was found to be, like, soliciting or getting, like, inappropriate Snapchats from minors? He said that. Like, I remember hearing something very similar to that. Not getting, encouraging. Do you think his career is over? Do you think he can pull a comeback?
We're glad to have you back.
Oh, I mean, you're always going to have people that are going to watch it, right? Lawsuits also take time, and you don't always want to announce a lawsuit until your legal team is fully prepared.
Throw stones from the past.
Well, but it's like...
7 years ago, built an amazing arena. And no matter where you decide to build, the Champions Club will be there.
Stop hating. I'm not hating. I feel like I'm probably the only person who's trying to look at the facts here. Like, I'm trying to be fair as much as I can be. I don't care about whether this happened or not. I don't know, Doc. This isn't my problem. This is between Doc and Twitch. I don't give a fuck about this. You think I'm gonna go and lay down and, like, worry about this? I don't give a fuck. I'm not invested in this. This isn't my issue. It's his issue. I don't have a horse in this race. Why are you covering it then? Because I think that I want to give it a fair shake because I worry that other people won't look at it in the right way. And also it's interesting. And it's content. Yeah. People like watching it. He also insinuated that he would take action by saying he won't sit and do nothing while people like Cody lie about him. He did. He did insinuate that. So, like, unless he's announcing a lawsuit, I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't really have a lot of, you know, I can't really believe anything. I have no idea. This is the best case scenario Dr. Disrespect position, is that he said that to bait people into thinking this, but it wasn't actually true. That's, I think, because remember how he changed his, like, his Twitter header for that? Yeah, the only thing people confirm is people talking shit. He said he wanted to bait news outlets. That's pretty weird, though. So risky. I think that's crazy risky. He said they weren't a minor because they were the age of consent, which isn't the same thing. No. He said they were the age of consent at the place that they were receiving the messages. Yeah. He mentioned jurisdiction. He did.
That up.
Inappropriate doesn't mean illegal. The words are very specific.
I don't think there was much I
but
could
if
have
it
done.
wasn't sexual, is the age relevant?
I didn't get any.
And then also,
like,
yeah, that's another thing that I find interesting is that Doc said that the messages were inherently not sexual, and even Twitch said that they weren't sexual.
Early prototypes.
So if Twitch said that they weren't,
Good to see you inside of the chat, inside of the arena.
like, that's what's. It's not allegations when you admitted you sent
Actually,
sexual messages to a person you knew was a minor. Right when the allegations drop and write a fake story months later, he knew why not to cover your name immediately and admit you sexted. That's the thing, right? Is that he said inappropriate and not sexual. Yeah, but like, how do you say? Like, I mean. I mean, I feel like these can be synonymous, right? And like it's like intentionally vague. I mean, dirty joke. Yeah, is it like a dirty joke? Is saying profanity inappropriate around a minor? Like, I don't know. Like, it's just, it's such a vague term that, I mean, I'm not gonna go off and like, oh, this is what happened. That's what happened. It is intentionally vague. And the thing is that Doc is not releasing the messages. It's very clear that he's not going to release the messages. That, to me, is the only thing. Like, there are two things. So, I'll just do this.
Warhammer 2. Warhammer 2 was a board game. Like, don't you have to go to a store and sit down on one of the
okay. So, ways Doc can prove he is innocent. Okay, number one, sue Cody and win. Sue Cody for defamation. And number two is release unedited messages. this is it. You want to judge, little bro? Well, no, I'm not. But I think that the way I'm looking at things is accurate. I do. I think the way I'm looking at this is very accurate. What a weird thing to say. Releasing messages have consequences for said minor, then redact the name. Then just redact the name. Why not just redact the name? And also, he said they weren't a minor. Do you think Doc has the messages? Absolutely, he has the messages. Or somebody on his legal team has the messages. Somebody has it. Because they would have had to go through the messages at some point.
I don't know how long it's going to take for them to respond.
At all, yeah. It must be in the court documents. How could it not be in the court documents? Because, like, for example, if they found out that Doc was committing a crime, then they would have had to, like, if they, basically, if you thought that evidence of a crime is like, if you thought that a crime was committed and you knowingly destroy evidence, Twitch just committed a crime by doing that. Like, then they committed a crime themselves. So, and also because clearly this NDA has been broken, why can't he release the messages? Innocent until proven guilty. You can't show arbitration documents that are confidential as it's a private settlement. Well, you can't talk about the arbitration either. Are the documents different? I don't know. Couldn't he sue for slander as well? Based on he has evidence that they knowingly lied? Yeah. Stop ignoring the fact that he admitted it. What do you mean by this? I'm confused. You said if it doesn't happen, nobody's gonna care. Now you say it's gonna affect him for years? Well, yeah. Like, what is this? Why are you so focused on... Do you think that I'm focused on him being innocent? I'm asking you a genuine question. Do you really think that I care? Do you genuinely think that I care about this? He's talking Midnight Society right now?
I got nothing but love for, I mean, that's my team. You know? It's my studio, it's my team, but... my idea for a game, you know?
Okay. He's just talking about bullshit. Yeah, whatever. Stop defending him. I'm not defending him. I'm talking about hypotheticals and looking about it from different directions. And I know that to people that have already made up their mind about this, I understand this might be upsetting. I get it. But I try to look at this objectively and I think about it and I'm like, what really happened here? Why is this happening? How is it happening? And what really makes sense out of this situation? And so... If that's upsetting for you to hear, then I think that you're in the wrong place. Like, I really don't have, like, and this is a big problem that I have, right? And I've said this before, like, I think you spent Alan of talking about, like all of us. I do, because you're watching. Yeah. Yeah, because you're watching. There's a lot of people that watch this. It's content. For sure. Yeah, absolutely. People cannot understand that you can analyze the situation without taking sides. And also, oh, by the way, I want to give you guys, like, my opinion of, like, what I think happened. And, like, this is, like, if you want my honest, raw perspective, I think Doc did do something wrong. I think that he did. I think that he used too many qualifying words and he's not providing information. I think that he did. Because from my perspective, like, yeah, I don't... Like, now, obviously, this is what I believe. Like, I think that's what happened. So it's so weird to me that I have people that are, like, getting mad that I'm not, like, immediately fucking, like, I don't even know what do people want me to do? Like, just make, like, a one-liner about how he's, like, bad? Oh, I like thinking about things more interestingly. Like, I do, or in a more interesting way. Like, I like thinking about it and trying to work it out and figure out what's true and what's not, find out what happened. Yeah, I care about, like, knowing what happened more than the people that it happened to, if that makes sense. So, yeah. Since Doc stream, you haven't mentioned the angle of him being guilty. You spent the whole time discussing how to get his innocence. Well, think about why that is. Have you ever thought that the reason for why that is that him being guilty is a foregone conclusion? And that's already the accepted conclusion that most people have arrived at to begin with? So it's not worth talking about because we already know that. Like, it's a foregone... Like, we know that. Like, he said that he didn't. Cody said that he didn't. You know, it seems like there's possibilities. So why would we be discussing something that, like, everybody's already agreeing on? Like, what is this? Definitely did something wrong. Yeah. Anyway, you know, we can go back and forth about this, but I don't want people to, you know, like, get weird about that. Ignore the idiots. Yeah, sure. He never said he did what Cody said. Well, this is my point, right? Is like, so, and I want you to think about ways Doc can prove that he's innocent. So, I think that if you just listen and, like, think about this for, like, 3 seconds, proving that he's innocent would imply that he is... Isn't that interesting? Right? And so... innocent to Twitch who did nothing wrong. I think that I don't know, but your audience is taking you down. I'm thinking Twitch is the way you live your stream. The audience is taking... What is this here? I'm very confused by this. It's just a weird comment. I'm just gonna ban that guy. Let me read a few more. Yeah, just weird comment. Not releasing the messages is pretty suspicious. Yeah, he could have just taken the name off too. Innocent legally doesn't mean you did something right. That's what I said about he did something wrong, but that wrong might not be legally wrong. Releasing messages is risky, is it not? I mean, you're already in risk now. You're already in risk mode. You're talking about it. You could have come on and said that, you know, the allegations that are just completely false. Like, he could have said that, yeah, there's no... Like, you've already entered into the realm of the mud. You're in the mud already. So I don't want to hear about, oh, well, we don't want to get dirty. You're already dirty. You've been dirty. Like, that's it. Yeah, I'm a fucking pig. Exactly, yeah. Like, at this point, carry it to the fucking conclusion. You can go lower? Yeah, I know. He said he wasn't sexting and knows what sexting is. He didn't say it wasn't sexual. There's a small difference between sexting and sexual. You actually bring up a really good point, and I think this is, again, yeah, that's a really great point. And I actually, like, I thought of that, and then I didn't talk about it for some reason. But you're totally right. You're absolutely right. That the messages could have been sexual, but they were not implied as sexting based off of a legal definition of sexting, which is like, you know, I don't know. So it shows that they were legal in a jurisdiction, which implies that they were almost certainly illegal in his. Maybe there's too much personal info about the user in the conversation. You definitely don't want to help the internet find them. Yeah, but you could just redact that part. Like, I don't... No, I don't accept that. Just blur it out. Take it out. But the thing about releasing messages can affect a minor's mental health, even if no one knows about her. So maybe there's a legal process that won't allow him to release the messages. I'm sure that legal process also allowed him to not talk about what he just talked about, too. So, you know, why is he going to do one thing and not the other? Doesn't make sense. I think that I think that Doc is existing inside of the scope of ambiguity, and he's not using specifics because he's relying on people's trust in him and charisma for people to assume that he did the right thing and he didn't do something wrong. That's what I think happened, is happening. Because I think that the more that you get into the specifics of this, because like I don't really, like, as I said, you say this is true, Twitch got rid of you, Twitch paid you out. Like, here's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming probably a lot of what Doc just said is true. I am. I think that I don't think he probably went and lied about a lot of the stuff that he just said. But at the same time, I don't necessarily know if Twitch is wrong either. And also, by the way, if you're messaging people in different states, doesn't federal law apply anyway? I thought that if you're doing things across different states, the federal law would be what would be applied rather than the state law. I mean, I don't know if I want to look that up on Google, but that's I could be wrong. And also, they could be in another country. You're right. Not for a fact. I know you do, Cody. Yeah. Only if feds charge you? Yeah, but it was definitely, like, when it's virtual, it's not clear. You're assuming the person they were texting is in the US. You're right. That is a big assumption that I'm making. What do you think about the fact that Twitch can selectively read private messages of streamers and selectively pursue them legally? It's not as if they were accidentally come across. What do I think about that? I think that individual employees should not have the ability to read through messages without a probable cause. I think that is it is a violation of privacy. But I do think that if a situation occurs, that those messages should be there and visible for authorities to research and look into. So basically, I don't think that like any Twitch employee should not be able to just like pull up your messages and read them, but they should be made available for their trust and safety or legal team to evaluate whether something is worthy of law enforcement action or not. So like it's kind of a nuanced answer for that. Yeah, basically like that's it. You're assuming the person was female? I am assuming the person was female. And there were the leaked stuff about the oh, that's another thing, is that there was all that leaked stuff about, remember that trans cam girl? And then, yeah, so it could have been an adult too. Or sorry, a boy too. So yeah, that's actually a really good point. I forgot all about that. It's actually illegal to travel outside this country to have sex with anyone under the age of 18 as well. It's already one of the only crimes that you'll be prosecuted in the United States for committing abroad. I believe intent plays into it as well, even if he's not committing it. Yeah, that's true too. And so, like, I think that goes in his favor, right? Because if he had no intent to do it, like, I can't see a universe where Cody Connors can say that Doc was planning on meeting up with a person who was underage at TwitchCon. Didn't he say to have sex with him? I can't see a universe where he says that and either Doc wasn't doing it or he doesn't get sued. Am I crazy for thinking this? Like, one of these two things needs to happen. If Cody's lying, yeah, if... Doc probably doesn't want to do defamation. What is this here? Because that means everything will have to be shown to the public, which he seems to not want. I think that's true. I do. I think he can show the messages, and even then, people wouldn't believe it. You're right about that. That's a good point. Cody would be using the layman's definition versus legal. I don't think he could use that argument because he worked too closely with Twitch. And also, planning to meet up with is very, like... I don't think that's really that complicated, right? And you are right that Doc could have been... He could have been ambiguous, but it wasn't enough for there to be, like, a legal level of accountability. You have a theory? Remember that? I do. I do. I have a theory. a game theory. But yeah, I think if Doc really wants to clear his name in the public space, he has to pursue legal action against Cody. If what was said wasn't true, I think that he has to pursue legal action if he wants to clear his name publicly.
Alright, what can we listen to next? Oh yeah, the Nicopado, whatever, Nikocado Avivado. Let's listen to what he has to say. Apparently we all got played or something. I don't think I'm subscribed to this guy. Oh, I am. Okay.
Two steps ahead.
Alright.
I am always.
You're gonna monologue like a villain, anime villain.
This has been the greatest social experiment of my entire life. It's alluring, it's compelling, it's gripping to observe all these unwell, disoriented beings roam the internet in search of stories, ideas, rivalries, where they feel encouraged and engaged, where they involve themselves with the stories and become a product of influence. Thirsty for a distraction from time unspent, spoiling their minds, yet stimulating them at the same time. It's brilliant, and it's dangerous. I feel as if I'm monitoring ants on an ant farm. One follows another, follows another, follows another. It's mesmerizing. It's spellbinding. All these little consumers, all of these lost and bored.
I saw there was a meme. It was
people.
like, he showed his asshole. It was all for it was all a prank. Part of his plan.
So I am the villain because I've made myself one. And you will continue to consume these stories about me year after year after year, for as long as I tell the internet that I am the villain. Stories that permeate and linger and infect the minds of the ants, influence the ants, brainwash the ants. You are the ants.
Wow, my flame
Today
strike
I
did
woke up
the most
from
damage
a
there. Wow,
very long dream.
like 30%.
And I also
Okay,
woke
that's
up
like a definitely worse shield for when
having
you're
lost
pulling
250
90 mobs.
pounds off of my body. Yet just yesterday, people were calling me fat and sick and boring and irrelevant. People. People are the most messed up creatures on the entire planet. And yet I've still managed to stay 2 steps ahead of everyone.
I can really hear his fan in the background.
The joke's on you.
Oh. Mr. Noodle, you're so cute. Oh, you're so... Yeah. Oh, you're so cute. Yeah. You like that. You look like a big green ball. Yeah, you look like a big green avocado. Which is my favorite fruit ever. Yeah. Who's a good bird? Oh, Mr. Noodle. I knew you liked that. You missed me so much. You missed me so much. I know. It was 8 years separate. Or longer. I know. How many years was it? How many years? Tell me. How many years were we separate for? Too many, yeah. I know, my baby. I had no choice. I had no choice. But
This is kind of unsettling.
We're back.
Just because, like, there's no like background music or anything.
We're home. Hello.
It sounds kind of
We're
like
back home. Shooby-doo.
sinister, I guess
And I'm
is the
back here
word.
with all of you. And it was a long 8 years, wasn't it? It was a long 8 years. And I didn't think that it would have gone this long, but it did. And it was like a bad dream that, yeah, it was like a really bad dream that we were waiting for it to be over. And it's over. It was just a dream. It was just a dream, Mr. Noodle, wasn't it? Yeah. It feels like a bad dream. But we woke up. We woke up. Yeah. We're so excited. We woke up. Yay! We woke up from the bad dream. And I'm back. And Mr. Noodle is back. And here we are. We're back home, Shooby-Doo. Say good morning, Mr. Noodle. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to my studio for the second time. They don't know that we did this yesterday, but I'm actually gonna tell them we did this yesterday. We are redoing the video because my file got corrupted, I don't know how, and it had like an error mark on it when I was editing it. I'm like, oh my God. But this is the universe telling me I have to eat more, right? Right, Mr. Noodle? You are so cute. How's it going, Mr. Noodle? Did you miss me? Did you miss all the peasants? Hey, it's been like 8 years. Are you gonna say hi? I might put little pieces here and there when I'm editing this for you guys to kind of see what we did yesterday, which was Whack Me Noodles. But we're gonna do it again for a second time. These are my favorite spicy noodles of all time. If I had to choose one, it would be black bean noodles, wouldn't it, Mr. Noodle? I love them, they're so good, and these come from a Chinese Korean place, and they make them hand pulled, and they stretch them out by hand. You can see them in the restaurant going like this. They're super chewy, they're very chewy and very, very long. I actually think they cut them to make it easier for you to slurp them. The spicy black bean noodles, they are, oh, baby, I love you. I really missed you. I missed you a lot, Mr. Noodle. It was a long dream. As I said, that dream has come to an end. It was just a dream, thank God. It's all over. We were just dreaming. I just took off the fat suit, went whoosh. Yeah, I just took it off, and here I am. And I noticed yesterday when I ate it, it had a lot of onion, a lot of like vegetables and pork and potato. It was so good. And we're gonna do it again. And I'm really excited. And yeah. It's kind of crazy doing this again, but that's life. We just placed the order, so we'll pick it up
And then we're gonna have some mukbang noodles, aren't we, Mr. Noodle? Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Noodle. I think Mr. Noodle really likes being in here. What's that, Noodle? What's that? Oh, so you get a taste test before I do. This is like kind of not fair. Oh, Mr. Noodle. Oh my god.
This guy's still yapping?
Here, let me give you your mush. Well, here. Try some of this. Oh.
Oh, it's like a mukbang video. Never mind. I thought he was gonna like continue talking about his whole like fucking plan and everything, but yeah, he's just eating noodles. Thought there would have been more to that. What's Muda gotta say about this?
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and 3 years ago I made a video titled Nikocado Avocado Needs Serious Help. Now Nikocado Avocado was one of YouTube's, and still is, biggest mukbangers, okay? Now if you don't know what the topic of mukbang is, ladies and gentlemen, if you go on YouTube right now and drop in mukbang, you'll find tons of content creators who are engorging themselves with crazy amounts of food. Like this ASMR channel, a full English breakfast. You know, I couldn't even stomach one English breakfast, but this guy's deciding to stomach what appears to be enough to feed at least 15 people, okay? Insane stuff. You go down, you can see one guy, Gongshim Table, and of course if you're seeing that I'm missing the 3 squares, I don't have the emoji pack, okay? Sue me. This guy goes and eats all this KFC product, okay? Now the fact that we're buying KFC instead of Popeyes should be considered a national crime, but anyway,
there is no Popeyes near
lots
me.
of food being engorged at any single time. Now, this has become such a popular piece of content, and it's not anything new. If you look into the history of mukbangs, here's a historical background. Korea had traditionally a food culture based on healthy eating practices and strict Confucian etiquette. However, a new food culture since the late 2000s has emerged in South Korea, characterized by internet eating culture. So basically on one of the first internet TV services, Africa TV in 2009, effectively what happens is this mass amount of consuming product has become all but normal in the world of online content creation. One of the actual popular content creators, we're looking at 2 million subscribers, 10 years ago, 500,000 people signed up to watch this fella eat a bunch of cake. And you can see it's filmed right on Africa TV. And if you're wondering, Moody, he probably eats just like one slice of these 2 cakes. No, thankfully we have a mouse cursor and we can go forward in time, and he's just slicing off what appears to be at least 2 servings of cake. And yeah, he's just chewing it all away. Now you might be like, whoa, Muda, how does he maintain that vigor while eating? Let me tell you something, metabolism, you see that gym set in the back? All right, this guy definitely is working out, obviously, after all of the consumption. And I don't even know if this food is all in the body, if it's not thrown up. Honestly, with a lot of this stuff, I genuinely do wonder how bodies process this copious amount of food. And you know, I always like to forward and look at the food and just see if there's been wastage. Oh no! Oh no! That's 2 fucking cakes downed, boys. And what do you wash that down with? A gallon of delicious milk. Now, of course, in this entire piece, all right, people consume different foods. You know, you got some people consuming live animals, as cruel as that sounds. But then you've got one individual over here, Nikocado, who decides, yeah, I'm not just gonna consume a vast amount of food, but I'm gonna add some spicy drama to the mix as well. So, well, you know, Nikocado Avocado was kind of like a YouTube villain for a while. You know, he was buying these quote-unquote $2.3 million penthouses, where he was obviously playing a character.
You guys!
Like, he buys this, like, $2 million penthouse, and you just gotta listen to how comically evil his character has to be.
It's called Watch the World Struggle. Oh, it's a fun show. You know, I sit up here in my tower and watch everyone struggle and be poor.
You know, the last several years, in the last year, I've honestly seen my barometer for, like, evil person get so bad. This is clearly a character that he's playing, obviously. You know, but at the end of the day, this is, like, something that he did, and when he was consuming food at his best, like, a year ago, you're talking about sitting with his husband, Orlin, who he'd constantly start beef with, and then come back with, you know, they just have to make out again. And then he's sitting there collaborating with other people, and this channel was doing really well, all right? He had no reason to change. The world was rewarding the ability of eating all of this food at one point. Takis? This man would inhale them. So why am I talking about Nikocado right now? Well, ladies and gentlemen, apparently he's lost it all. So a day ago, I actually missed this, and my wife had sent this to me while I was working. And I was actually blown away. I thought I was witnessing artificial intelligence. So when I saw this thumbnail, I was like, whoa, this can't be real. Well, apparently it is.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead. This has been the greatest social experiment of my entire life. It's alluring. It's compelling. It's gripping to observe all these unwell, disoriented beings roam the internet in search of stories.
Now this wouldn't be that big of a deal, but this is a video from 2 years ago where our buddy is delivering this exact monologue, which shows you that yes, this is in fact the most dedicated troll on his haters that I've ever actually seen. Honestly, like, no matter what side of the fence you sit on here, you have got to respect this level of trolling. This man is truly some level of a weird internet Christian Bale comedic genius, and I appreciate it. 2 years in the making for this. 2 years to get healthier and to troll the audience. So yeah, obviously if you followed any of these like you know, channels that was cataloging him pretty much every day, there was a lot of speculation to his personal life. Again, I brought up Orlin and I brought up like, you know, his collaborations with people because yeah, we would play these characters and people would just jump in and try to like go in and kind of concern troll and be there. But yeah, he ended up coming back and literally not just also mukbanging the same food, it's literally him. It actually is. And trust me, I've tried putting this through all forms of artificial intelligence to make sure. We here at the Some Ordinary Laboratory have tried figuring out with the best scientists that we have. This doesn't look edited at all. So he's clearly got, you know, some loose skin as well. Like you can kind of almost spot it around his arms too. But he's done a pretty good job losing all of that weight, which proves to anybody that weight loss is not something that is impossible. Remind you, Nikocado Avocado was a very, very heavy individual. If we're gonna go back in time and just witness Nikocado Avocado, this was just one image of him at his worst, okay? So this one clip where he's sitting on his bed with all this Taco Bell and a CPAP machine, yeah, this was like at his worst, okay? This is like crazy shit. And this is to a point where obviously people are wondering, at what point does mukbanging become something known as self-harm? So obviously YouTube had a rule around this situation as well. They say, YouTube, we take health and well-being of our creators and viewers seriously. Oh, with that guy? I don't know. So what they said was, they post content discussing their experiences with depression, self-harm, eating disorders, and other mental health issues. I don't know if, you know, at what point is a mukbang and eating like 30 pounds of Takis in one moment not considered a live eating disorder that's happening? So what they said is, we do not allow content on YouTube that promotes suicide, self-harm, or eating disorders that is intended to shock or disgust. Now, I didn't see anybody getting titillated by any of those mukbangs, but yeah, it wasn't.
He's kind of got a Joker laugh
to
him as well.
Would kind of play into the weight at the time too, so he would do these like crazy hamburger eating challenges. Like, I don't want to be fat anymore, as I have, you know, heart attack grill burgers right there. I'm getting fat and don't know why. Really? Ow, 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 ow. I messed up my neck. Ow! I've been jerking off with icy hot patches for like 2 days now. It's insane. Pinched nerves are no fun. But really? You don't know why you're getting fat? Come on now. Even with weight loss Nikocado Avocado, he gets all the cheesiest noodles imaginable and still consumes them. Which is one thing I wanted to ask about any of these videos, is like, why is it always the same set of noodles you can find? And if it's one thing I find about him is he not only consumes basically all of this food, But him losing all this weight is genuinely impressive. So how did Nikocado lose all this weight, and how did it become a secret? Well, based on stuff that he was uploading like 3 months ago, he was posting stuff like, I quit my weight loss journey, time to get fat again. So it's kind of like playing into the internet hating on him for these weight loss journeys and kind of like, you know, just basically treating him like a villain. And what he had done apparently was record a whole bunch of these videos and backlog them, which obviously isn't really difficult to do. It's not as if there's a massive amount of time or production value needed to produce a mukbang. It really is just buy a lot of food and film yourself eating. So he most likely filmed a lot of this stuff throughout like the course of, I don't know, a month or something, and then spent like a massive year just like losing weight to the point where as he was uploading this silently over the year, and obviously these weren't like daily uploads, they were like pretty far spread out. So you'd upload like a year ago, then 5 months ago, then 3 months ago, and then obviously he would come back. The thing is, Nikocado really didn't have any reason to do this from like a YouTube view perspective because his channel did pretty well, even when uploading this content. But I assume that he did this because obviously losing any amount of weight, especially the amount of weight that he did, has nothing but positives in your life. Now, I used to be a bigger guy, I'm still a fat dude, but at the end of the day, it's like losing even just a little weight meant me not having like a chronic pain issue in limbs or anything and back down to normality. Like nowadays, I don't feel any pain stuff whatsoever. The only thing I have a pain for is a pinched nerve in my neck, which is driving me insane. But thankfully, icy hot patches every day, all day, and hopefully it'll get better. But generally when you're bigger, like Nikocado was, you know, you gotta sleep with like CPAP machines, life becomes annoying to deal with. So Nikocado achieves generally good health. And as somebody that wishes the best for people, like, you know, at the end of the day, YouTube, like, he might be a villain, but I wouldn't consider Nikocado Avocado to be a truly evil individual. You know, in the last 6 months on YouTube, I've seen plenty of evil characters. I think some of the most evil behavior I've seen is individuals outright scamming their fans and faking cancer, okay? Trust me, I don't think anybody else in the barometer of internet villainy is as evil as somebody that fakes cancer. And at least in Nikokado's case, he was some, you know, villainous character. You know, he was at the end of the day playing a character, but he's come back and he's lost the weight, and genuinely he's a pretty good personality to watch. And honestly, I consider this inspiring enough to show to the channel, but also it is something that is quite possibly the best ending to have. You know, generally a person like Nikocado Avocado, if he went the trajectory he was going at, you know, it's a very early grave, but thankfully he gets to live longer, feel better, and ultimately entertain his audience for a longer time. And honestly, all of those things are severe positives, and it's something that I genuinely feel inspired and happy watching. It's probably some of the only positive stuff that I've seen on the internet, especially in a sea of wild negativity over the last several months. So this is something that I think is absolutely heartwarming to watch. And honestly, I'm really happy for him. And to be fair, you know, even all the negative things that I might have said about his villainous character, you know, it's worth taking back. Everything I said, aged like milk, literally aged like milk. He did it. He achieved the best ending. So while Nikocado here literally spends 2 years, I believe, I think it's more 2 years, not 1 year, obviously. I don't think you can lose
his
the
mood
amount
is
of weight
smoke.
he did
Like
in
it sounds
just a
like he's got
year.
like bronchitis.
Unless he started really delving into like tapeworms.
Or maybe
so
he
he
smokes
recorded like
weed.
2 years worth of videos just for like controversy to like develop and play the social experiment, basically troll the internet in a way where he could lose all this weight, come back, and be healthier. And I'm actually more interested in seeing the long-term effects on his body. Like, even though he's lost all this weight, I wonder what he's done to his body that can't be reversed because of such a weight gain. You know, he really did like the Christian Bale shit on the internet where he like quite Smart Schoolboy 9. That's a name that some of you have probably seen floating around a lot on the internet lately, and it's been quite an interesting rabbit hole, one of the darker rabbit holes to go down, and unfortunately at the time of me making this video, a pretty active investigation. Now, to give an idea about it, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of dark stuff on the internet, and generally, if you ask me, the scariest parts of the internet are usually right there on the clear web in front of you in plain sight. And usually it isn't until one person shares something with the rest of the world where people start to look into it with closer scrutiny. 5 months ago on r/Instagram, a user by the name of NumerousCut792 posted creepy accounts pretending to be kids. Now, I came across a real random one, and it led me down this weird rabbit hole. Of
I saw
people
this
thinking
video
I
actually
or dressing up,
the
pretending
other
to go
day.
to school. They all seem to have
It was
high
in my
heels
recommended.
in them. Is this a age play thing or something more sinister? So immediately looking into it, one of the accounts that was showcased was TruthSticks11, an account with only 17 followers and following 12 individuals. Now, if you look at the actual profile picture over here, it is ghastly. Beautiful boy, an account looked after by me, a degree-educated mother, choosing to stay anonymous. Good original written work, advice, and compassion. Now, if you're wondering why I'm blurring out certain things over here in the actual posts, it's because some of them contain actual children. Yes, that's how dark this rabbit hole is actually going. So more photos got shared around, another account by the name of GirlChloe12. Lisa13, account monitored by parent. I don't know if this is a way for them to get past some sort of Instagram ban by saying that some 18-year-old is monitoring a child's account, but I think that children shouldn't even be on social media platforms like Instagram to begin with. But of course, the more posts you get into from this account is posts of actual children with actual descriptive posts saying, enjoying school and being in year 8 required a few days of becoming acquainted with the new schedule. It wasn't just on here that things were being posted. There was other actual posts to r/internet mysteries, which 2 months ago, this is actually one of the Reddit posts that I've come across, and one of the things where this was kind of on the actual radar for the channel. Now, obviously, if you've seen videos from friends of the channel like Nexpo, Nick Crowley, they've actually dove into this rabbit hole as well. So I'll just recommend them as well too, because they're pretty good friends. But on this post, I came across a post on our Instagram where somebody messaged or mentioned these creepy Instagram accounts of people who seemingly are pretending to be kids. It reminds me of Pipergate in a way. And I feel like all of these pages are run by the same person because of the horrendous editing style that makes my eyes bleed. So again, going back to, this weird showcase, this almost ghastly editing style was something that permeated across plenty of accounts. So as TruthSticks11 started to be investigated more and more, they had started sharing posts about the United Kingdom and statistics regarding those who offend in sexual crimes. So they actually add their own little, blurbs to it, their own little commentary where they're like, Rory's right. But also, think of the countless numbers of fake aliases some preds have. For example, men pretending to be young boys online and so obsessed with them that they become compulsive, delusional, desperate liars. So it's almost like these accounts are calling each other out and being very hypercritical of one another. But it also feels like they're all sort of all following each other because of the same visual editing style. But of course, following down the rabbit hole of TruthSticks led people to Smart Schoolboy 9. Who describes himself as a primary school achiever, mixed race, and mastering millions of subjects eventually. Once again, account monitored by Mum. And none of these accounts at the time were huge. Like, we're looking at 35 followers, these small accounts, but all seemingly within the same vector of each other. And if you look carefully at Smart Schoolboy 9, you can see that this isn't some schoolboy that's actually going to primary school or anything. This appears to be an adult dressed up and participating in some sort of age fetish roleplay. When people started to look more and more into the actual account itself, they noticed that the account was actually interacting and following with what appeared to be underage individuals, which is another serious red flag as well. Later, an account known as Stephanie Schooley was discovered also in the same web of these accounts, all denoted by a similar visual editing style, though to be applied to the faces of real children. What I am blurring over here is actual children who are unfortunately used by whoever's sick, and whoever sick in the head, demented individual is running these accounts is unfortunately using actual images of children in order to participate or run whatever creepy ARG or spooky thing that's happening over here. So according to the r/SmartSchoolboy9 Reddit, a day ago, they posted this in the FAQ, which is basically discussing the actual ongoing investigation, and where 20,000 members are now joined to discuss and participate in uncovering this rabbit hole. So one of them, the questions is, has SSB's name been found? So apparently the name is found, but obviously they don't want to talk about it because Reddit doesn't allow things like doxing, and neither do most social media platforms. When asked, do we know where SSB lives? And of course, the Reddit claims that they do, but they don't want to post the actual location because Reddit doesn't allow things like doxing. But it's generally believed that whoever is running this account lives in the United Kingdom, specifically around the city of Doncaster. So to go down, what they said is, has SSB actually done anything illegal? Which is really important to me because obviously when you're, doing or making accounts like this, there is a fine line, especially around minors. Now, what they've said is, yeah, the images he's posted across various accounts have contained images that are considered to be CSAM in the United Kingdom. So they reference something known as the Köppen scale, which is a rating system in the UK that describes severity of actual images involving children. So for instance, on scale 1, these are images that you probably have on your phone that are benign, things like, your kids running around and playing in a backyard and whatnot, right? They might be playing by the pool, you can so on think about it. And 10 is when it gets to really sadistic imagery that obviously is very highly illegal. There's a certain threshold where it goes from benign to complete illegality. And that's one of the serious allegations that have gone against Smart Schoolboy 9. Now, obviously, I haven't seen any of these images, so I'm just parroting kind of what this FAQ says. I can't confirm if there's actually laws being broken. But unfortunately, the reason why we're talking about this is SSB9 is actually posting images that involve real children, which I think personally is bad enough, okay? When you're involving real, actual children into this, and even if they were generated through artificial intelligence, like some people claim or speculate, unfortunately, the training data for those AIs do come from real images. So if there is a child being involved in any capacity, without them knowing, that is bad. So obviously, when they asked, has SSB been reported to law enforcement? Yes, since the very beginning, there's been an official case number with West Yorkshire Police in regards to the accounts that we just discussed, we talked about, and SSB. So obviously, this is really, really good, because to be honest with you, if there was no police involvement, this case can go absolutely south, as we've seen with other internet investigators not taking cases like this seriously. So to go down into the actual investigation further as well, there have been some documents that have been made by the actual Reddit investigation team, and this document in particular wants to present to us, the reader or viewer, the case of Smart Schoolboy 9. This is created for new and current investigators. The investigators will call VGs, coming from the term vigilante. Smart Schoolboy 9 is referred to as SSB, even when we were talking about his other actions. So what they've said is this document contains 18+ content. So according to the actual documentation, there are several accounts that are owned by Smart Schoolboy 9. Now, because of the massive amount of eyeballs being raised towards this person, there have been accounts that have been deleted. For example, Smart Schoolboy 9 apparently has been deleted, as was that Stunning Stephanie and New Girl 12. There are still some accounts that exist that, that people have been investigating. For instance, those involve 12 Stockwell Joanne 12, Lyricist David, Stephanie Schooley, MyLS95, Truthsticks 11, and Schoolgirl Teresa. So according to the document, it's one of the most disturbing rabbit holes that they've ever found as a Redditor, and that's quite saying a lot. So when we looked at the Smart Schoolboy 9, which was the primary school achiever, mixed race, yada yada, people looked at the guy's account and noticed that this wasn't a schoolboy, this is somebody that is a fully grown man. Now here they actually mention a name, which I'm blurring out, but they do mention that the age approximates to around 52 years of age. So there have been plenty of theories that have been brought up by the actual by the documentarians over here. And one of them involves things like, while the editing may seem off-putting to a normal person, because it does, the reason SSB9 edits his photos is a certain way is to emphasize features of their fetishes. So one of the other ones is he definitely has an Aryan fetish, his profile picture, Truthsticks 11, and even the way he presents with bright red lips and an obvious pale face, he's trying to appear whiter through many different ways. We already know he has a boot heel fetish and an extension A-legs fetish. That's why a lot of posts on all of his accounts feature legs being distorted to a longer or poised in a certain way. So of course, this is an image of Smart Schoolboy 9, ignoring jealous comments from people. I think they wish they could wear my blah blah blah. Some seem to think that just because I've grown quickly in school year 5, they comment as if they know me. And of course, this is the individual right here that people have been really looking into. A closer image involves this really dark, decrepit image where they got them holding a lunchbox that says boys attached to it. Now, if you look closer at the face, it's no mask. That's actually like proper face painting that's going on. And that's one of the things people have been doing to like basically uncover this guy, is like really identify who this person could be and try to see how much of a footprint they have online as they're actually still actively deleting themselves in the midst of this current investigation. Now again, the thing about it is, I don't know if they've posted anything illegal perhaps, because here's the logic that I want to share. This is just my investigation and my history investigating these kind of things, is usually when characters like this post illegal materials, a lot of that illegal material is very fingerprinted, meaning that the actual contents of the images inside those, pieces, they all have individual fingerprints that have all been cataloged by, various services like YouTube CSAI or Microsoft's Photo DNA. And a lot of these hashes are shared, in between many agencies and law enforcement groups around the world. So you've got the NCMEC, you've got the FBI, you've got plenty of these guys sharing these hashes and understanding how to identify really disgusting images on the internet. Now, obviously, hashes can be damaged by copious amounts of editing, so if there are actual illegal images that have been edited, there could be a chance that they have been uploaded on massive platforms like Instagram without being properly flagged automatically. But there's a good chance that if there is illegal material and these accounts have been pretty flagged, that if that was to exist, those accounts would be automatically terminated by the actual service hoster, in this case Instagram, and those accounts would have then been forwarded to the NCMEC and a serious investigation would have been triggered. Now, obviously, I think that's just my theory to it, but what we do know is, obviously, looking into a lot of his Facebook accounts, if you watch any of these videos, there are actual videos of real children, okay? And none of these videos appear to be, illegal in nature, but they do involve actual children. And given how weird and fetishistic this individual is, involving any child to be a part of these kind of videos or involved in any of these channels is already disgusting enough to me. And it warrants a serious investigation by Facebook, Instagram, or Meta, and also law enforcement as well, which it seems thankfully in this case there is an active case number. Now, because of the amount of investigations that have gone on and the things that have been constantly being deleted, there is a lot of archival that is happening. For instance, one account on YouTube by Red Wine is making a video called Smart Schoolboy 9 Archival. 28 minutes of actual content that have been saved from the actual Smart Schoolboy 9 account, which appears to have since been deleted. Some of the actual posts have been things like this individual posting, "Being age 9 is fun. I have a new hairstyle for school, trimmed quite a bit, add the sides, and I think it's cool," and in this video you can hear me say, "Okay school, I love it. Not age 9 yet, but I grew so quickly in year 4. So you can see like Smart Schoolboy 9 posting, and also Troopsticks11 actually liking the post, showing that there's some sort of a connection and chorality between these accounts. And you can see this grown man posting things like, "Hi, I'm saying I love school." You can see the high heels over there, this just guy posting himself. A brief clip of me here at school and I'm saying, "Hi there, I love school. My schoolwork has been chosen to be part of the display at my school, and that's really cool because visitors to my school, including prospective pupils, can look at the display." Now, obviously on the internet, there's been a lot of speculation on this topic, and there's been a lot of information shared around, some of it, and a lot of it, completely unverified. Which obviously, when it comes to an investigation that is currently involving police, is not something you want. For instance, 18 hours ago, on the Smart Schoolboy 9, people have started to ask, were images actually used from illegal materials? And obviously, some of this information was being shared around sites like TikTok, where they were talking about this. Now, I don't know if TikTok is going to be factually on the basis over here and talk about this stuff, but generally speaking, I think most people who, are normal and haven't seen any of these kind of images to begin with, can really make those claims to start off with. And again, like I said earlier, if SSB was sharing actual illegal images, there's a good chance that some of those hashes would survive and would have already been cataloged and auto-scanned by some of these large services out there. Not saying that it can't happen, but with clearly the amount of scrutiny he has on him, if there was actual illegal material posted from actual illegal sources, then I think this account would have been shut down a lot quicker, and this guy would absolutely be on the morning news, a week ago. Now, people have started to really look into him, and there was one post 4 days ago where people had apparently found an actual post from Usenet, yes, this is the internet of old, back in 1999, where apparently it described SSB going to a local Tesco, which is a convenience store chain in the United Kingdom. So obviously looking into this group, google.com Usenet archive, by Donnie Ladd, which all right. October 21st, 1999, posted at 3 a.m., a literal witching hour. Anyone who's been into Northbridge, Doncaster's Tesco on a weekday evening regularly will know what I'm talking about. At first, many months ago, I thought it was just a released into community care weirdo with a severe skin complaint. However, last week, whilst working on the town center lighting, I saw it without a charcoal and blusher combination face covering, primed ginger hair, embarrassingly too small schoolboy uniform, and ridiculously high girls' platform shoes. Again, harkening back to how he dressed and the massive shoe fetish that he had. It was stood outside the Christchurch gents' toilet for hours on end. I saw police twice asking it to move on, and it continued to freak the toilet. A couple of weeks ago, me and the missus were going through, and the next check out from this freak, as usual, most of the staff were taking their breaks early to see the show. So again, reading through this actual post right here, they said the guy is about 30 years old and 6 feet tall with the platform shoes on, and apparently was a very locally well-known rent boy, which I believe is a slang for homosexual. The other comical thing is that it appears to have very tight rubber bands around his clothes, making it look a bit like a trussed-up turkey. Weird. So again, looking into this kind of a post, seeing that, somebody said this is proof, I don't know if you could exactly say any of this is proof, alright? At the end of the day, alright, you need to have a pretty strong, substantial piece of evidence. There's more proof that Instagram accounts that are talking to each other are relatively linked. This is a Usenet post from 1999 that doesn't specifically mention this individual or even showcase a photo. It could honestly be anybody. Even if it sounds similar, you still need more to go off of. I think there's only one person in this entire Reddit post that actually literally has some level of critical thinking. How exactly is this even close to proof? What better proof is there? It's a city. Someone, 25 years ago, no reason to lie, made a perfectly accurate description of him and his mannerisms. Again, you still need more to go off of. Now, one other person, David Firth, of Salad Fingers fame, apparently was asked by an individual, "Hey, Mr. Firth, I just want to ask a question because I know you're from
Oh yeah, he
Doncaster.
kind of does
This
sound
is
like
a
Salad
health
Fingers.
investigation going on.
When
Have you
I
ever heard
listened to
of
the video myself,
person,
oh god, I'm gonna die.
Also known by Cloud
Oh god.
and by name. He dressed up as a schoolboy, painted his face, and would walk around
Okay, we're
town
good.
blowing raspberries. So actually, Salad Fingers had said, yeah, I think I remember him walking around town in the late 90s. I just want to preface also by saying these are just screenshots that I've seen. I don't know if Salad Fingers has confirmed this to be real, but I just want to mention that for the sake of it. I have not confirmed these to be real. But when the actual user sent him a photo of this guy, SSB, Salad Fingers said, yeah, that looks like him. His makeup's gotten neater. At the time, there was a rumor that the nearby mental hospital closed down and they released everyone onto the streets because he was just one of the many crazy people on the streets of Doncaster. Little did you guys know what he was really up to. You wouldn't happen to know anyone else that would know anything about him. I'm not sure how long you lived there or if you still do. Now, obviously, throughout this entire investigation, there have been people who have looked up where this person's alleged house is, and this is where I'm going to stop right here. So, one thing that I've learned looking through this rabbit hole is it is mired in a lot of information, okay? Some of it is good, some of it is unfortunately misinformation or not confirmed. Now, obviously, for me, I think what I've seen is bad enough. Smart Schoolboy 9, or whoever is running this account, whoever this person may be, and this network of accounts, is unfortunately using images and videos of real children, which I think is bad enough involving minors in a project like this, especially when this person is uploading clearly fetishistic content involving age play and whatnot. So this is something where I think law enforcement absolutely...
So the thing about Lee Hardcastle, I think I did a video on him actually like years ago, was like I found like this old animation from like used in like this metal band. I forget what it was, but like it had the same exact art style and everything of like Salad Fingers. So, and it was pretty fucked up shit to watch. I don't know how that's like on YouTube, but yeah, it was a lot more darker than Salad Fingers. But it was like a part of I forget what playlist or if I even have it saved. Or I'd have to look at the video and look to one of my earliest videos to find this. But that he had like pretty gory ass rapey necrophilia like animations basically on YouTube. I don't know how they lived, I don't know if they're taken down yet or anything, but it was the same art style as Lee Hardcastle's Solid Fingers. So it's like, you know, this is almost all starting to like link together, like with what Muda found. That's interesting because like the guy is obviously British basically, and like his Salad Finger lore is like British and everything. This all kind of matches up. That's kind of weird. Actually, I think I might be able to find it. Hold on. Or no, I'll let Muda finish.
Absolutely needs to be involved. And if it's
Listen to
one
the
thing
video
I want
that
to
I
definitely say
uploaded.
before I end a video like this, please do not engage in internet vigilantism. It literally does no one any benefit. The only thing vigilantism ever benefits is the actual person who is allegedly committing serious malfeasance. Because honestly, if you take the law into your own hands, you're only giving these people the out that they ever so crave. And this is one of those things where anytime you come across an account that is run by this person or has a similar style, please report it to the actual platform holder and write a tip about it to your local law enforcement, or at least their law enforcement in the United Kingdom. Because the more tabs the cops can keep on these people, the more information they can catalog. So when a case does end up being delivered to this person, it is as ironclad as it possibly can be. And if you are somebody, especially regardless of if you're a child or an adult, do not interact with a person like this. Chances are they can actually cause serious harm. And that's something that I definitely don't want anybody watching this video or anybody who is investigating a rabbit hole like this to ever get caught in the crossfire of. So be careful on the internet, and honestly, if you are somebody who has a younger person in their life, somebody who is a minor, whether you have your child, your little brother, little sister, whatever, please be mindful of who they talk to or interact with on the internet. Make sure to audit whoever follows them, because if you find a sicko like this, you got to make sure that cord is cut right there and then. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and this has been the curious tale of one of the most darkest internet Instagram rabbit holes people have found, regarding one user known as Smart Schoolboy 9. This case is far from over, and it's one that is still a serious active investigation. So if you spot anything on the internet, please do your best to report it to the authorities and the platform itself, and make sure a person like this ends up being stopped legally. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it, I'm out.
Right, wait, it's Lee Hardcastle, right? So Poundage Variety Lee Hardcastle. It was like one of the videos that wasn't about gaming or anything. My reaction and thoughts to Lee Hard. Oh wait, no. It was Salad Fingers. Who's that guy? David Firth. Wait, why did I think Lee Hardcastle? David Firth. Poundage Variety. Oh yeah, I still got it. It's still up. We could look at the video in hand that I was talking about and uploaded. Oh, as long as my OBS doesn't. Pretty disturbing content, but I just, hold on. When my friend showed me this, I realized, hey, what the fuck? Some of the animation here is literally the same guy that made fucking Salad Fingers. So all right, to that. Let's get to it. A German? I don't know what this language is, but it's like a black metal song. I mean, I guess this is English here. And that's like translated into French and bottom. Like a World War III or 5 or 4 scene where the AI is what we're fighting. I'm so schmass trying to make this video. I'm just like stuttering. Megalophobia. Oh, they're building them. Human made. Wunderbar. Wunderbar. I don't know why I was watching the whole thing, but eventually throughout this music video, a cartoon will show up that looks just like Salad Fingers. Grab a beer. Hold on. Wait. Okay.
I won't ruin it. It's kind of ruined from the title, though, I think. Wonder if I'll get banned from YouTube for this, but
That's what I was thinking 2-3 years ago when I uploaded this, because like the animation that is shown.
18 plus to watch this video. I'm not gonna allow kids to watch this shit.
Yeah, I think I flag everything for 18 plus, so it's not my fault if somehow some fucking kid is like in my video
That's not
recommendation.
this part, it's the cartoon part that is disturbing.
So we're not really listening for the music, it's the animation that shows up here.
And this is where the disturbing animated part comes in.
I don't know if I'll get banned for. I mean, I haven't gotten banned for. But yeah, okay, this is clearly Salad Finger, dude.
The same guy that made Salad Fingers, basically.
Yeah. What are we watching here? I think that was it. It was just that animation, but I don't know how that ended up in a heavy metal video.
Acid trip shit before he made, or even while he was making Salad Fingers.
There might be another animation that's like in David Firth's kind of art.
I have it on high.
I don't know if this is the same. This okay? There we go. Here's another part. Salad Finger guy. Like you can't find this video anywhere else. Like it must have been under a different name or something. But like on this metal, like death metal, black metal, what you calls it, video. Like it's clearly the same dude that made Salad Fingers. Yeah, same kind of eyes for some characters.
He's used those eyes for his characters before. The shitty backdrop. Yeah. Mainly the part I wanted to cover.
Mm-hmm. And then let's compare it to the Salad Fingers animation. It's like the same dude. Or a copycat?
You know, this lady just yells for the rest
This
of
was
the video.
2014.
So,
Sancta Ponus
how long
gets
was this?
stonken flopped.
Or how long ago was this? December 29th, 2014. So
That's during like
I've-
Salad Finger
I've
era.
uploaded it, and there's one down vote. Like this is like crazy as shit. I don't know, man. Like my friend.
And it's like uploaded by a
shows
Japanese
great.
person. It looks
When we
like
talk on the
Hanabi.
phone, like he gets me to look up all this shit, and it's like all this stuff from like the early 2010s or whatnot, and it has like 0 to 1 up, like down votes, and the rest is like everyone loves that shit. And this is just from this person called Hanabi. It's like so fucking sketchy, but it's like now let's go to Salad Fingers actually.
Yes.
Because well, the animation we just watched, it's literally the same fucking animator, and this is from 2014. But
David
Salad
Firth.
Fingers started in 2007, I think.
And I think he
Look at episode.
also is the voice actor of Salad Fingers, and he sounds very British, and there's like British backstories. Game Theory went into this like years ago. Same kind of art.
Fuck, I'm not. I was muted, but yeah.
No, I don't think
Basically,
you were.
David Firth.
Yeah.
This guy that made Salad Fingers is the same guy that animated
the rapey parts
decapitated
and shit.
necrophilia that we had just watched.
So he isn't quite all there. If this is linked to that other video that Muda just covered, I think I found like another thing inadvertently. Like, how long ago did I upload this video? 2 years ago I found this out.
Gotta look at the animation from
October
this,
7th, 2021.
and also look at the animation.
Almost 3
from
years
the
ago.
first video we watched. See those eyes?
Yeah, he
Recognize
had
those eyes from the first video that we watched.
the child had those eyes.
Where the child watches his mom get raped.
Yep.
Ooh, that's a big yikers from me. I don't know, man. He did animations for like underground metal people for like fucking necrophilia scenes. Kind of fucked.
And that other video was also on YouTube, so I think I should be good if like that stayed up. I don't know if it still is. Yeah, let's get back to grinding. I need to find something to listen to in the background as well. David Firth. Oh wait, it's literally the same guy. He used to make games?
I had two obsessions in my childhood, animation and video games.
That doesn't sound like him.
Always greater than the urge to consume was the urge to create. Animation made
I mean,
sense.
the
You
other
draw
guy,
one
actually.
picture after another and then sequence them all together to create the illusion
I mean, he's
of motion.
British, right?
Rolf Harris taught me that. I could even make my own in little notepads.
Wait. Let me do a quick Google image search. Is there an actual David Firth like image that we could compare? Because I think no one was accusing David Firth of being this guy, but like I just like they mentioned salad fingers, so I was thinking, wait a second, I remember there was something kind of fucky with that salad fingers guy, the dude, David Firth. David Firth, animator. We have a look at his face. I haven't looked at that one video to compare, like what he was using for his little disguise, but I don't think it's David Firth. I don't know. I think that guy was kind of overweight. This guy looks like lean built. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's debunked. But I forget what was exactly said. But I know like there was like a comment that Muda was like reacting to. That was like, yeah, that one guy that made salad figures though lives in that same place. It's just probably coincidence, actually. But I mean, he's able to get like these high-pitched salad finger voices that kind of sound eerily close to that guy that the schoolboy whatever 999 or something. All right, let's find something long to listen to here. If there's any new videos. I swear my YouTube like subscriptions is just like a lot of the subscriptions don't have the bell, and I don't want to go through each one. Sometimes I'll rarely find one that I haven't seen in a while, and then I'll be like, make sure to hit the bell so I'm actually updated. You could be subscribed to someone and not see their videos in like a long time. Someone made a Minecraft Legend of Zelda. No, I don't have Minecraft down. I haven't played that since I had like an iPod. I had Minecraft on that thing. You could play games and listen to music on it. It was like almost an early version of like having a cell phone. I think it could even connect to the internet. I think it. I don't know. That's like over 10 years ago. Anonymous uploaded a 30-minute video. This is one of the most banned messages on YouTube. It's kind of obscure though. Concord is saved. I thought that died.
Oh boy, oh boy. My contribution to the dogpiling of the Concord demise. Lovely. Let's see it.
Hey everyone, this is Critical Art 64, and today I'm going to redesign some characters.
What a video intro.
From the mega flop Concord. A game with character design so dull and unappealing that the game died within a week. This game seems to have followed the Cartman school of design.
Put a ticket in, make a name and game!
And I think I could do a better job. So what I'll do is break down the designs a little bit, explain my concept sketches, and show what a render of
Added with vitamin B12? Oh god.
my design would look like in 3D animation.
Yeah.
I decided to start off with the three most visible characters, Baz, Amari, and Daw.
Okay.
Looks like I have my work cut out for me. This cast looks like a bad Guardians of the Galaxy cosplay, like they're in a movie called Monitors of the Solar System. Well, first up is Baz,
That's right.
who sort of looks like if the Magnificent from the Boondocks had an aunt who hunts Blackulas, or if Whoopi Goldberg played Morpheus in The Matrix.
Jesus.
If you think she looks kind of mannish, that is not a mistake. It is because she is in fact based on a
thought
transvestite
Whoopi
singer.
Goldberg did
You can
play
go ahead and
her.
look that up.
Maybe I'm a bit
you know,
racist.
And her weapon is knives. So she throws knives and does like flippy doos.
It was like two different
nothing about the design
actors for
suggests
that from like Matrix 1 and 2.
that it's very bulky. She's wearing shoes that look like boots designed to play basketball in.
You know, I never really looked at the characters. I never really started actually investigating every piece of clothes. Yeah, this is ridiculous. It is. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Not very good for running. And you know, the small glasses and the big hair are very unflattering to the face. Here's my concept sketch.
Okay.
Now this is actually
Yeah, this is good.
This is a dev?
Yep, I like this one. This is great. All right. Okay, now we're getting into it. Don't understand how this is the mockery to even the communities to try and stand up for. I don't even know.
I'll take
I
a
mean,
piss. Be right back.
who knows?
one of the better designs in Concord. So I kept most of the ideas. First, I cropped her coat. Because she has such big shoulder pads, and when you exaggerate something, you kind of want to take away from somewhere else to create a sense of balance.
That makes sense.
And it also makes her look less cumbersome, and I made her shoes more like running shoes to show that she is a much more agile character and that she would use blades. And I would have it to where like her gloves can like charge the blades with like kinetic energy, so she could just shoot them like ballistic knives.
Yeah, sure. That sounds
cool.
cool.
I feminized the face and made her design more sleek to make it more obvious that she's an acrobatic knife thrower.
Yeah.
I imagine her being like a sassy bounty hunter. Here's the before and after. I don't know about you guys. I know which one I would pick. So that's
I mean, I don't know how a lot of these designs got approved. It will forever be a mystery how this happened.
one down. Next up is Amari, and she sort of looks like if the guy who made Hamilton made a stage play about the Ninja Turtles and casted Lizzo. Or if the Juggernaut is the red M&M, she is the green one. And
oh my god, that is so good. I gotta hear that again.
Or if the Juggernaut is the red M&M, she is the green one. And with her voice, some have called her Fat Alberta.
Okay. I got you.
Hey, it's Fat Albert.
Here's my concept. I call her Captain Amari.
I love how he just totally changed it, and she doesn't look anything like the way she looked before, and she's actually just hot and skinny. Just totally fucking like, nope. Yeah, but she's gonna have a lot of armor, but that's it. Oh my god.
Because the name Amari is too soft and forgettable for a tank, so the word captain has some good consonants in it. It kind of helps make it sound a little more punchy. I imagine her being
Yeah.
like a 7-foot tall super soldier.
I
From
like the
Africa.
sound of that. Sounds
Kind of
good,
like
yeah.
if there was like a new Carthage empire and she's like
Okay.
a peacekeeper.
Nice.
Here's kind of what a render would look like.
Right.
I do like the juxtaposition of battle
Yep.
armor and makeup. So to show her femininity,
Absolutely.
I kept the lipstick, but
Yep.
I changed the shade.
Great idea.
And something a little less ridiculous. And I gave her like a lacy bra, so you see
Really
the
good idea.
juxtaposition there.
Very, very.
Here's the before and after.
Great design decision there. Like, amazing, really good attention to detail. Absolutely. Yeah, Sony needs to hire this guy. Hey, maybe Concord 2. Maybe they'll figure it out with Concord 2. He doesn't go with weapons, though? No, clearly.
And as you can see, I moved away from the big, bulky armor and went with more of like power enhancement arms and legs.
It's for
like,
the male gaze, yeah. I'm really sorry to tell you, but women don't like playing ugly, fat characters either. Has that ever occurred to you? And also, by the way, making a character attractive because men like attractive characters, what about that is wrong? Like, isn't Leon from Resident Evil really hot?
I'm straight.
I feel like
he's
Dante
he's
from
pretty.
Devil May Cry
He's
is
not
really
bad.
hot. What? Why would you want... Yeah, I don't want to play like the Resident Evil story as some fat guy with a fedora. No way. And so people love seeing characters that look good and that look attractive. I mean, it's nothing that's crazy or unique to a gender. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with making a character really hot. And like, the idea is that if the character is made for men to think that it's attractive, it's bad. Like, what? Who the fuck decided that?
Maybe her skin's kind of partially bulletproof since she's like an experimental super soldier.
Yeah.
But last but certainly not least is Daw. It looks like if Ned from Spider-Man went on a ski trip to Gay Mountain. They gave my guy a girl face, like they gave him girl face proportions, and like the craziest fupa I've ever seen.
That's crazy. Like, what? Who wants to? Like, can you imagine going to Comic-Con and Anime Expo and seeing somebody cosplay this character? I mean, like, yeah, let's be honest, it's not going to happen. People don't want to cosplay a character like this.
He's visually grotesque.
Yeah.
You know, as a brown guy, this is very upsetting. You know, that we now are in a climate where, you know, you can't have a prominent character that's...
Fucking picture. Oh my god. Oh wow. Authentic boggers. Basada. Jesus Christ, guys.
Latin or black or Asian.
Yeah.
And, you know, you think you're going to get some cool designs, but, you know, they always throw in all this weird shit on top of it,
Yeah.
and it's a real bummer. So here's my concept.
Well, here's the reason why. It's that. Have you guys ever noticed that in these like, you know, quote woke games, a lot of the character abilities and character design is built off of stereotypes for that group? Have you guys ever noticed that? It's and I don't think people really talk about it. It's kind of racist. It is. Yes.
That first
Yeah,
name
this is awesome.
is just so boring and forgettable.
Yeah.
So mine is named like Mr. D,
Yeah.
which sounds kind of like a cholo name. Like he'd be all, "Hey, check that out! My name is Mr. D, fool." You know, something like that. You know, maybe he's a little bit chunky. He eats his tortas, he eats his tortillas. You know, it's kind of a little bit heavy, not super fat or
Yeah.
anything. I mean, I don't know how you would move around if you're that fat.
That, by the way, if you go downtown to Austin, you don't need concept art. You can just go and take a picture of this guy.
God damn it.
Get these bullets. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's so many of this guy, man. Like, absolutely. Like, we had this guy in high school, bro. Whenever I went to community college, there was like multiple of this guy in one class. Yeah, in 100-degree weather, yeah.
Super fat or anything. I mean, I don't know how you would
not with a
move
machine
around
gun,
if you're that
but
fat.
everything else.
All you got to do to like not be that fat is
Yeah.
just like not drink soda
don't eat food.
eat cupcakes
Stop
or
eating
bread.
food.
I mean, it's pretty easy.
Just stop
But
eating
you know,
food.
I imagine this guy. He kind of looks like he's a big shit talker and like a maybe he's
Yeah.
like a smuggler. In the original design, he has like a big, weird-looking.
He looks like he gets in fights and loses, and he doesn't care.
Pack.
And
It's
he
like a big
tells people he
pizza.
won.
So
You know?
I replace it with first aid box
Joji,
connected to
yeah.
a big boom box. Maybe he can like play it for psychological warfare. Maybe he's really good at taunting people. Or
Yep.
if he can like leave
Yeah,
the
he
boom box
obnoxious for
somewhere
sure.
to like trick
100%
people into
obnoxious.
thinking you're in a different spot on the map or something.
Yeah.
And as you can tell from the before and after, mine is way cooler.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think this looks way better. I do. It's cooler. Like, if somebody had this character in a game, a lot of people could dress up like this character, and it would be cool. That's the only thing, man. It would just be fucking cool. It has way more personality and character. Yeah.
Did this to demonstrate that you can make cool, diverse characters without making them lame or gay. I mean, you could just look at Deadlock, which is another
Yeah.
hero shooter that has a lot of diversity, and those designs are great. I mean, it's kind of crazy to do mediocre designs for a hero shooter. I mean, this
Well,
falls.
it's not crazy because I think the problem is that people are afraid of criticizing designs like this because they're worried that they could get painted in a way that makes them look like a bad person. So I think that you have a feedback loop of whatever design happens, and so people don't want to criticize it. Deadlock design looks kind of bland and boring. I mean, I don't think that Deadlock is... I'll be honest, Overwatch is still #1 for the hero shooters. It is. Like Marvel Rivals, Concord, Deadlock, etc. Not as good as Overwatch. Overwatch is so good.
The same principles of fighting game.
Wait, she's from a game?
Characters have to be appealing on first glance. I mean, what kind of people are
Man.
they hiring to do these designs? I mean, I'm not even a professional artist. I work in like finance and
Yeah.
tech. Well, you know, hey, if they need someone to consult on you know whether a game is lame or not, they can reach out to me.
Yeah.
But you know, I enjoy doing this. I intend to do the whole cast if I get a lot of views. So make
Smart
sure
guy.
to like, comment, and subscribe if you would like to see
What a
more of
fucking
these.
video.
And you know, or if you have any suggestions.
For herding farmers, I think this is fucking funny, man. A lot of these actually are pretty, like, I'll be honest, out of all the redesigns he did, I think this one looked really cool. Like, this one absolutely, like, this dude 100% sells weed to high schoolers. Like, 100%, bro. Like, yeah, like, with that big jacket, yeah, he'll, like, reach in there, yeah, there it is, right? Like, yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is great, man. But, Hell and Smoke, yeah, exactly, right? And, I think this stuff's really funny, and it's crazy to see how bad the game was received. It's really funny for me to see it. And how many other people are able to, like, seemingly make a model or, like, a version of it that looks 1,000 fucking times better, man. Have you watched AI versus Concord devs? No, I don't need to. I already know what it's gonna be. But, yeah, I would say almost any model is better than what Concord did. Absolutely, it's light years better. Yeah, it certainly fucking is.
I'm dead. Fuck. Unless I can survive this with Riptide. Nope. DCing. Or lagging. God damn it. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up right there. I'll call it at that. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'll take a break. I only want to originally grind like something like 80 gold to get the Devil Core gauntlets, so I could have like a fire res set ready for like Heat 3 if our guild ever decides to do that and everyone wants to get fire res gear. But yeah, thanks for chilling. It was kind of cool learning how to do the one pull thing on here, but sometimes it's a little bullshit, but you know, that's how it be sometimes. Alright, you guys have a good night.